Hey everyone, welcome back to Scalar. This is Aman and I hope you all are doing good. Today in this tutorial we are going to build rock, paper and scissor game. So the basic rule of this is like scissor beats paper, paper beats rock and rock beats scissor. So this is the basic rule and let me show how it looks initially. Initially it's like this: select one to play. I can select any of these three. Let's start with the scissor and I have selected scissor, computer has selected paper, so obviously I won, right? So this is how it works. You select one, computer will select one and it will tell you who has won, right? So let's just start with creating our HTML file, CSS file, and last but not the least, script file, that is JavaScript. First of all, let's have a boilerplate. Give this title rock, paper, scissor. Okay, so let's discuss how we can create the structure. If we look here carefully, we will observe there is a one big container. Inside this we have heading, select one to play, then we have these three icons, right? And after that we have again heading and again two icons, and at the end we have the result, right? So let's just have one container. um, Basically a div having class name container. Inside this let's have a heading h2 of select one to play, okay. So far so good. Now let's have another container for our selection, or we can call it icon container. Inside this we are going to have three icons, dot icon into three. We'll have three divs of class icon. Great. I'm not putting icons here as of now. We'll put once the structure is complete. Again now we have another container. Let's assume this we have one more container this much, okay. So it's a selection. So it's a selection, yeah, spelling is right. Selection container. Inside this we are going to have two divs, one div for you and another one for computer. So dot u and dot comp for computer. Now we have a heading. Let's have h2 heading here. It's like here we have u and here we have comp, right? And inside this we have another icon. So let's have icon here and icon here as well, right? Cool. And last container is going to be result, or we can call it scoreboard, or let's just have a result, right? So yeah, structure is completed. Let's go live and see how it looks without styling and icons. So this is how it looks. Let's just add icons. For that I'm going to go fontawesome.com/icons, okay. Hand, now we do have hand here. It's a paper, right? So before that let's just have font awesome cdn so that it's a link to our project. Click on the copy link tag, add it to our project. It's added. And pick, first of all let's have hand, paper one. Let's have it in the second. Now hand rock, we have this hand rock. After hand rock I think we have scissor, right? Scissor, okay. Here we do have this. Let's put it here, okay. Let's see, we do have three icons, right? And put some icons here as well after u and comp. So let's put scissor as of now. It's going to be static as of now, so I put it here. And inside result let's just have h1, or instead of, yeah, let's just have h1 inside this. and say you want or draw. Hmm. So yeah, structure is completed now. This is how it looks. Now let's move to style our rock paper scissor game. Make sure to link your CSS file. Link style, not script, style.css. By default to all, margin 0, padding 0, box sizing border box, and font family sans serif. Okay, let's take our container to the center by giving its parent display flex, align item center, justify the content to the center itself, and give it some height and width. Height is 100 vh and width 100 vw. Let's see how it looks. So yeah, this is how it looks now. Let's come to the container, and I think spelling is wrong. Container, give it some height and width. Let's see. Give 600 pixel, 600 pixel. It has, if you focus here, it has some box shadow as well, right? And background color, um, I think it's light gray it is. Okay, give some box shadow, offset from x 0, offset from y 0, and let's give 10 pixel and 1 pixel. The color is burlywood. Okay, this looks good. And yeah, now what do we have? We have icon container and h2, icon container h2. So let's just see to our h2, give some padding, 1 rem. Okay, and padding to the container as well, 2 rem padding. And RH2 or text align to the center. It is in the center now. Cool. So far so good. Now let's go to icon container. First of all, display flex. So it is in the 1 row. Increase the font size to 5 rep so that it looks bigger. Cool. Give them with 100%. 100%. Now I can use the justify content to space evenly and align item to the center. This looks good. Cool. And if you notice here, while hovering on it, it gets it scaled out, right? And notice here, not all of the icons has this effect, only the icons which are inside icon container. So I can just simply go here and say icon container dot icon hover, transform, scale it to 1.4, and the animation is happening at a faster pace. So I can just simply say here to icon container or in icon, rather than giving font size 5 rem to container, let's just give it to icon only, so that it gets applied to these icons as well, right? And the transition effect, let's give it all 0.5 second. Okay, this looks nice now, right? Cool. And to our icon container, give it height 40%. Okay, cool. Now let's come to the selection container dot selection container. It has two things, right? It has U and comp. So let's just give it display flex. Good. Width 100% to this as well, and justify the content to space around all space evenly. Good. space evenly. And one thing, to our icons, so just give them color Bollywood. Cool, this does looks good. And at last we have throw, that is h1. Text line it to the center and give it some height to like 40%, or remaining height we have given to this. Even though I don't give it any height, it will take good 40% of all the height. I've given icon container 40%, and let's just give to our selection container 30%, 30%. Okay, this does looks good. Our styling is completed now, and in the next part of the video we'll be implementing the logic, like we'll be implementing the functionality. When I click on this, when I click any of the uh, choices which I have, how it works, coding the JavaScript part, that is like adding functionality, right? And I have linked the JavaScript file here at the bottom of your index.html. Let's come to here. Okay, first thing, what we want, let me just refresh it. Okay, and you will notice here, initially we don't have the ucomp selected one and the result, right? This is ucomp, we don't have any of this right at the starting, so I'm removing it from our index.html. Okay, I'm just copying it, I'm just taking it out, and I'm pasting it in the script.js at and I'll be using these two. Okay, I've just removed it and remove one more thing, that is result, right? So what exactly happens, we get result, right? You select one, okay, and the computer selects one. There's two things, and the results come out on the basis of the choices you and the computer has made, right? So first thing we want is to add event listener to each of these three icons, right? So let's just select these three icons and add event listener to that. Let icons equal document dot query selector all, because we are going to select all the icons here. Icon container dot icon, I have all the three icons here, and I am going to loop through all i's icons dot length I plus plus for each icons. Each of these I'm adding event listener of click run these function. Okay, so here I've added event listener. Let's see what happened. Let's just log I here. Okay, let's just simply log I here. So if I'm clicking on this, 0 is console, 1 is console, and 2. So just focus here, I'm going to use this I. When I is 0, that means rock is selected, right? When I is 1, it means paper is selected, and when I is 2, that means scissor is selected, right? So, and how am I representing these on the UI? With the help of this classes. If you focus here, this classes, right? Hand scissor, that means scissor it is. And if I give the class hand, just hand, if hand it's a paper, and hand backfill it's a rock, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a 2D array here. 2D array here, rock, first we'll tell rock and its corresponding class. It will have its corresponding class. You will get to know its significance once it's completed. Another one is paper and its class, it's just simple hand, right? And the last one is going to be scissor, and its class is going to be this. Okay, now based on the I can based on the I can get I know what's the choice of player, right? So let's just have, let player choice is array of I 0, because at 0 index is 0 index, I have choices, that is rock paper and scissors, basically name of the icon. And at the first index, right, at the first position I have the class corresponding to that selected emoji, right? So player. Now let's get choice of computer. Okay, so before that let's have a random number. It's going to be mat.random from 0 to 3. 3 is not included, 0 to 2 basically. And just get its floor so that we don't have a number in decimal, right? Let's console this random choice here, console.log ran, and see, it should be in between, it should be 0 1 2, right? uh, Console 2 cannot read properties of 0 of undefined. I is 0 1 2. Okay, I have not closed this here. It's closed, right? Let's see. 1 2. Do I have two console? No, not one. So you can see the value is just 0 1 and 2, right? We are getting the random value in between. It's either 0 1 or 2. So let's get a computer choice. Let comp choice, it's going to be array of random at 0 index. Now we have player choice and computer choice. Let's see, player choice, comp choice. Let's see these two. Player choice is scissor and computer choice is scissor as well. Player choice is scissor and computer choice is paper, right? You can notice here our choice is scissor, but the computer choice is changing. Sometimes it's paper, sometimes it's rock. So now what are we going to do? We are simply going to get these choices on the UI, right? So we just simply need to do this. For let's select the selection container first. Let selection container is going to be document.query selector selection container. We do have selection container. Now we just need to put these this index, this HTML code inside our selection container dot inner HTML. Okay, using backtick string literal. Let me just uncomment this and okay, I will paste it here. Okay, as of now it's fixed. It's every time it's going to be showing scissor no matter what I select or computer select. So we just need to update these class, right? We just need to update this class. It's going to be array of I is player choice, right? And first index, at first index we have corresponding class. Let me close this. So this is why I created this array, because for each emoji or rock paper scissors we need corresponding class. So I am using with the help of first index, right? Similar here, here I'm going to use array of random, that is the computer choice of first index. At first index we have class, and close this. Let's see. Okay, I have selected paper, it's showing me, and computer has selected rock. Again it's changing, right? Mine is fixed, and if I'm changing, computer selection is there, my selection is there. Okay, this much is complete. Now come to the result part, which is who is the winner, right? Who is the winner? Now let's move to the result part. So let's just have result here. Its class is result. So document dot query selector dot result. We need to update the inner text of result, or it's inside h1. So let's just have h1 here as well. Need to update the h1. So initially at the starting of design video of this game, I told you that this is how the game works. It was paper beats rock, scissor beats paper, and rock beats scissor. So if this is the scenario, then you are winning, otherwise computer is winning. So first thing is like this. If player choice equal computer choice, so that means it's a draw, right? You can just simply say result dot inner text, it's a draw, right? Let's see if it's working at the draw. It's a draw, and it didn't not show us draw here. Let's see what's the error. Draw is not defined. Okay, it should be a string and a capital one, uppercase. Okay, let's see, it's a draw. So draw is there. Now let's talk when we are the winner. I'll say when are we winner, when we have selected player choice equal paper, okay, and computer choice. Remember I told you paper beats rock, it's rock. This is the first case when we can win. Okay, let's talk about another scenario when player choice equal uh, scissor, and computer choice is equal computer choice is paper. So again we win. Last one is last scenario is when player choice is player choice is rock, and computer choice is scissor. So in this scenario as well, result dot inner text is going to be you win. We are the winner in this case. As I told you earlier, paper beats rock, scissor beats paper, and rock beats scissor, right? And if at else at last result dot inner text is going to be computer. Winner is the computer. So let's see, draw, cool. Computer has win cause paper beats rock, and we are the winner because rock beats scissor. So this is working fine till now, but you can observe one thing here. If you observe very carefully, it takes some time, right? It takes some time before showing up the result, but in our case it just shows result immediately, right? We don't even know if it's updated or it was the last result. So for showing or for showing a delay, what we can do, we can use set timeout here, and let's just write this much code in another function. That's game logic. Just write it game logic and paste it here, okay, and it will be expecting I here, right? So we'll be using set timeout. So we will be passing a function here which will be running after this much time, okay. So after 1 second, let's just run this function after 1 second, and we are going to pass game logic, but we need to pass I as well because our choice is dependent on I. So we cannot do it like this. If there is an we need to pass, we can pass it as a third one. If you read here, set timeout handler, time handler, and then timeout, and at the last arguments any. If there is any arguments, we pass it as a third one. So I passed it here. Let's see. You can notice the delay is here, right? Second one also delay, but before the delay it doesn't empty here. Basically before the next result, the first one does not go away. Observe here. So what we can do, we can simply just set our result dot inner text as empty, and selection container dot inner HTML empty before running this. So let's see. Okay, cool, right? It's showing us the result and it's similar to this, right? So the project is completed. Before saying goodbye to you, I have an assignment for you guys. You can see it's working fine now. Our project is working absolutely fine, and I just want to show you something, or it's a kind of assignment for you guys. Okay, what if I change this let to where? Inside for loop I'm using let, and what if I change to where and try to run this? Okay, just observe in the console, it's showing us error. It's not working. Our project is not working, right? And if I again change it back to let, it will start working again. Everyone, welcome back to Skiller. This is Aman and I hope you all are doing good. In this tutorial we are going to build stopwatch. So I have already started it, and you can notice it's the timer is 1 minute and 41 second minute. Our seconds is getting updated. I can stop it. It has been stopped, and I can even reset it, right? And let's just start it again, and you will notice it has started from 0. So yeah, this is the functionality which is going to be in our stopwatch, and let's just build this. First of all, I'm going to have three files, one for index.html, another for CSS, and last but not the least, JS file, right? First, let's just have a boilerplate and give it title stopwatch. Make sure to link our files. Start with CSS, and at the end just add a script.js. Okay, now if you notice here, you will observe that or I can say how are we going to structure this. So this is going to be structure, this whole things will be covered in a big container, right? And inside this big container we have three containers, one for these times, another one for this text, and the last one for buttons. So let's just have a container. Inside this, so I'm going to have three containers: time container, text container, and at the end we will be having button container. We do have three containers, and let's just have first one for r dot r. Inside this, let's just have 0 first one, and then again let's have for one for minute, and one for seconds. Second, and second is going to be 0 at the start. Let's just see how it looks. Go live. So yeah, we do have these time, and let's just have text now. Text is going to be similar. Okay, r, let's just have r here, or we can have it in a para. We don't need to give it a different class. Let's just have three paras, p tags, and let's just have r, minute, and seconds. Hours, minute, and second. Yes, we do have this. Now let's just have the three buttons. So let's have btn.3, or we can have a dot start btn start button. Give this start, and stop button, stop button here, stop, and here reset button, reset. So we do have these things, right? Hour, minute, second, and start, stop, reset. The structure is completed. Now let's just move to styling part. For all text, let's just give margin 0, padding 0, and border box sizing to border box. Just give font family as well, sans serif. First thing foremost, we are going to get this in the center. So for this, I'm going to the parent of container, that is body, and giving it display flex, justify to the center, and line items to the center as well. Give it some height and width to 100 VW. Okay, now let's come to the container. Give it some height and width. Okay, just give it some height, 100 pixel, and as for now, just give it background color so that it's visible to us. That okay. So this is how it looks. I think we should increase the height and remove the background color. Okay, so far so good. It does looks good, but we need to align them, right? Yeah. So our time container, let's move to time container and align this time container and display flex, so it's in a row. Similar thing for our text container, display flex as well, and same thing for our button container. Okay. Beat, I think spelling is wrong. Button container. Okay, cool. So these all three are inside our container. Okay, let's just give it some height to first one. First one, right? So let's give it height, time container, or font size. Increase its font size to 5 gram. Cool. Oh, it does looks good now. To our minute and second, I think we don't need to change their font size. Let's just give them color different. Text container color gray. Okay, and we need to style our buttons there. Give it some width, 50 pixel. Background color gray, I think. Height, let's just see how 50 pixel looks too. Background color is okay. It's a class, so we need to put dot here. Height, width, let's see. Okay, start btn, stop btn, and this. So start btn. Okay, we need to decrease the height and increase the width. Decrease it to 20, increase it to 60. Let's see how it looks. Or 50, and align it to center. Display flex, align it to center, justify content center as well. Okay, start button. Let's just increase the height a bit and width. I think width is good. Just increase the height to 50 pixel, not to 30 and 60. Okay, so same styling we need for start, stop button. Similar for dot reset button. I think I've forgot to put dot there. Okay. Display flex, align item to center. Button container, just align them to center and justify content to space evenly. Okay, cool. Same things we need to do for align them in center as well and justify the content to space, not between, just have around. Okay, justify them to space around. Okay, we need to just give some height to each of this. Total height we have given is 200 pixel, right? So for time container we are going to give more, so 100 pixel. Let's just give it 100 pixel. And to text container, let's just give it some less height. It will be like 100 is remaining, so give it some 40, I think. Let's see how it looks. 40 pixel. And to our button container, remaining one, which is 60 pixel. Okay, it does looks good. We just need to I think its font size is bigger, but I don't think it's an issue. So we just need to reduce it to, okay, I think it does looks good. We don't need to change anything, just give it the button color. BTN container, just give it color of white smoke or white, and even work a little bit of border radius, 2 pixel, or let's just increase to 5. Okay, this does looks good. Start, stop, reset, the button is there. Okay, if you notice one thing here, if I hover on any button or click, not hover, if I just click on any button, it's the effect is like this, as it's disabled. So let's just talk class as well here. Disable class, disable. What's happening here, just opacity is decreased, so let's just decrease the opacity to opacity or decrease 2.5. And first of all, let's just make the cursor to disable. Not allowed. If I put disable class to this or disable, so you can see the effect is there, not in this. So you can see the disable effect is there. We just need to decrease the opacity. So opacity is let's have 0.5. So yeah, this effect is there. We'll apply it with the help of JavaScript. So yeah, styling is completed. Now we'll be implementing the functionality in the next part of this video. If you do have any doubt, please do leave a comment, and don't forget to like the video and subscribe the channel. Hi everyone, welcome back to Scalar. Today we are going to complete our stopwatch application, and we'll be implementing the functionality here. Majorly we'll be coding around JavaScript, right? So yeah, let's start. So now we'll be moving to the implementation part of our stopwatch. Let's start. Let's move to our script. First of all, we need to select these three things. First of all, this hour, it will be changing, right? Hours, minutes, and second, these things will be changing, so we need to select this. And this button, because we'll be adding the event listener to these buttons, so we need to select these things first. So let's start button, or we can write like this. Start button is document.query selector start. Let's see what was the class, I forgot. Start btn. Okay, start btn. Same thing we need to do for stop btn. Document dot query selector dot stop btn. We need to put a dot here as well. Let reset button or document dot query selector dot reset btn. Okay, we have selected this. Now let's just select these one also, hour, minute, and second. Same thing we are going to do here. Let minute let's start with hour. Let's start. Nothing is going to, it won't be any issue if I write minute here. It's just I'm starting with the hour. Let minute equal document dot query selector, I think spelling is wrong, query selector dot minute. Let second is equal document dot query selector dot second. So yeah, we have selected all this. Let me just console and see if it's okay. to the console. If it's our file is linked and it's showing, yeah, you can see hello here, and it's working fine. So great. First of all, we need to add event listener to our start button, right? First of all, we need to add so I could have reset it or stopped it. I don't know why I refreshed it. So if I start here, right, what's happening? While I'm clicking on the start, so there is a event listener on the start button, and what's happening? The seconds is updating, right? It's updating, and once it reaches to 60, it will update. It will become 0, and it will be updating our minute, right? So first of all, let's just add event listener to our start button. Start button dot add event listener of click. The function is going to be this, which will be easy. Let's see. Okay, I was waiting for it to cross 60. Since it's going to, I just want to show you that once it crosses 60, it will become 0, and after it becomes 0, it will, this minutes will be 0 1, it will be 1 minute, and it will start from 0 again. So we need to make sure we have detail of these three, like hour, minute, and time. So I'm going to have a variable here, let time an array, it's 0 0 0. First index is representing hour, current hour, it's 0, minute, it's 0 as of now. When we have not click on the start, and the second is as well 0. So time is 0 when the nothing is happening at the initial point, right? And look here, it's 1 here, and this is 1 second is keep updating, and 1 is fixed now, and it will become 2 once it crosses 60 again. So, and it's updating after 1 second. So we do have a function here, javascript give in javascript we do have a function here for set interval, right? So we'll be using set interval. Let's see, set interval here, it first we need to pass a function here to set interval, which will be executed after this interval. We'll be passing a number. So I'm going to pass 1 second. After 1 second, just keep updating this. Okay, keep updating this, and initially let's have a let timer id. Let's have a timer id. Initially it's 0, and timer id will be this, which certain value upgrade. So what we want just to update our time. First of all, I'm doing all the things in our array. I'm just doing all the logic in our array, and once it's completed, the logic is completed, we'll update it to the UI. Okay, so what is happening? Our second is updating, so time of 2 plus plus, right? We have updated. When if someone has clicked on the start button, we have run our set interval. Okay, and in the set interval, what we are doing, we are simply increasing seconds by 1. Okay, if time of 2 means second is equal 60, right? If it's become 60, what do we need to do? We need to increment our minute by 1 and make our time of 0 to time of 2, that is second to 0, right? What it's doing, it's simply saying your second has passed, seconds has crossed 60, right? And you need to update your minute will be incremented by 1, and your seconds will become 0. Okay, right? And what is happening after this happen? So we might there might be a situation, or your timer might be running for more than 60 minutes, right? And if 60 minutes is passed, so we need to update our, if 60 minutes, if it's a 60 minute, okay, so we don't need to after incrementing, right? If it's greater than 60, we need to do time of 0, that is r plus plus, and time of 0, time of 1 is going to be 0, that is r minute is going to be 0. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. Then this r, and at the end let's just console our time, and see. Let me just click on the start button first. You can see 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second, it's updating. Our time array is updating, right? You can notice here it's updating. So cool. Now what do we need to do? We need to update the UI as well, right? Our UI is not updating, it just what's happening, it's just simply updating our time. So let's just write a function to display time. This function will display time on UI. Okay, let's write a function display time. So it will be just updating hour, minute and second. So r dot inner text is going to be our time of 0, right? And let's see, and minute dot inner text is going to be time of 1, and second dot inner text is going to be time of 2. Let's see what is the problem with this code. So if I click on start, you can see it's updating, right? It's second is updating, but it is not looking like this, right? So we do not have column here, and the 2 zeros, like 0 0 is gone. There is only 1 0. So what we can do to insert an extra 0 here and our columns as well. So okay, so we do have a pad string function here. So to use that, we need to change it to string. Then we can use pad start and pad end, not the pad string, pad start and pad. And what it does, you need to tell it length. What's its length going to be after inserting the character which I am going to pass at the start. So I am going to pass 0 at the start, and after adding 0, its length will become 2. Like initially it was 0, and after adding a 0 at initial, it will become like this. So it's going to be of 2 lengths, right? And let's see if r is like this. You can see we do have 2 zeros in the r, but we don't have in minutes. So let's just do the same thing in minute. To string dot pad start, max length is going to be this, and add 0. So we will be having 2 zeros in r and minute as well, right? So we don't have any problem here. We need to do the same thing with our minute as well. To string dot pad start to going to be 0. Okay, so timer is working fine. Just the okay, 1 2 3 4 now. Okay, there was a problem. I'll explain you later what was happening. So why it was running quite fast, because we had interval running, right? So now we just have one more thing we don't have here. It's columns, right? So similar to pad start, we do have a pad end dot pad end, similar, but it will just add to the last. But we are going to add a space and column to our, so final length will become 4. So you can now notice we have a column here. Same thing we can apply to our minute, pad end 4. Okay, so we are able to display it to the UI. Our timer is updating and it's visible to the UI as well, right? Okay, but you can notice one thing. Let me just stop this and reset it. When I click on the start, okay, this button gets disabled. We cannot click on this, right? Okay, even if I am again clicking on it, you can see how it's working, right? So let's see what we can do to make it disable, or to look like it as disable. Style, first of all, to our all the buttons, make our cursor to pointer. Okay, and inside disable, we do have a disable class, so we just need to add disable class here whenever someone clicks on it. Start button dot class list dot add disable class. Okay, so we have added, so it's giving us effect like this button is disabled. So let's just do something. If it's already clicked, and even though it's look like it's disabled, if someone again clicks on it, so we don't encounter this problem like it's going too fast. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply check here if timer id, okay, is not equal 0, because initially we have given it 0. So if our timer id is not equal 0, it means someone has already clicked on the start button. So just return, don't do anything. Okay, now let's see. If I again click on it, you can see the bug which was there, it's not here anymore, right? So even though I'm clicking again and again, nothing is happening, it's going smooth. So yeah, this is the functionality of start button we have implemented. And let's move to stop button functionality. Let's move to stop button. Stop btn dot add event listener, click function, implement this function. What do we need to do? Like there's some timer, right, which we do have timer id. We just need to clear it. First of all, clear interval timer id. First of all, we need to clear it, right? So I've clicked on stop, so it has stopped, right? It has stopped. It has been stopped. Next thing we want is just make it disable as well. So stop button dot class list dot add disable, right? So it will give us effect of disable button. So start and stop button has been disabled, right? So let's see, does it show us any error if I click 2 times on stop button? First time, okay, nothing is there, no issue. So far so good. Okay, nothing is happening even if I'm clicking on start. So there is no error so far. And what do we need to or do once more? It's not updating on the UI. Okay, stop button. Now let's come to the reset part. When I click on reset, what's happening? Even when I'm clicking on reset, what it does, it basically stops it, right? Let me, if it's starting and I click on reset button, it stops, right? It stops and the time becomes 00. If it's starting, even though I'm stopped, if I click on reset, it will become 0, right? So yeah, so this bug, it's there in the original one. When I click on 2-3 times, there will be all interval working, but it won't be in hours, right? It won't be in hours, so reset will work fine. Now let's move to the reset part. Reset button dot add event listener function. First of all, we need to make our time to 000, but resetting means this, right? Just set the timer to 0 and timer id to 0 again. I am making these variables same as I have made it them at the starting. And after this, just display the updated time. And if there is timer id, let me just show you. Start, right? Stop, it has been stopped. If I click on reset, it has been resetted, right? And let me refresh it. Start, stop. If I reset, so it has reset and this has not been updated. So let's just first of all take care of these things. Start button dot class list dot remove disable, remove it from start button, and stop button as well. If it was class list dot remove dot disable, and reset button, just add it to reset button. Disable, it's going to be there on reset. So let's see, start, stop, and reset. So we don't need to exactly add it to reset it. Once it's clicked. Start, stop, reset. So it's working fine till now. But what happens if I just click on start and without stopping it, I just say reset. So even though it has been resetted, right, but still updating, we don't want this. Once we have clicked on the reset, we want it to be reset to 0 and stop there, do nothing, right? So for that we need to clear interval if there was any. So clear interval or timer id.
Hello everyone, welcome to Scalar's YouTube channel. This is Shravai Lamba and I'm an instructor at Scalar. Today we're going to be learning how you can deploy your full stack JavaScript based web applications with the help of tools such as Vercel and Heroku. Typically, tools such as Vercel are used for deploying front-end applications, and Heroku are used for deploying back-end languages such as Node.js. So we'll be learning all of that from scratch in today's video. But of course, before we understand the topics that will be covered in this particular course, please make sure to subscribe to Scalar's YouTube channel so that you don't miss out on any of our upcoming video content that we have for you. Also, if you want to learn more about various types of technologies and frameworks, do check out Scalar's events where we do conduct free masterclasses that are taken by leading industry experts. So, and the link will be provided to you in the description. So let's look at what we're going to be learning today. First, we'll start off by creating an account on Vercel and deploying front-end applications on Vercel. Next, we'll also learn how you can set up an account on Heroku, and that will be used for deploying backend applications. So let's get started. Of course, we'll be learning a lot of things, including how to structure your entire project. And we'll be also building it as a full stack application where we'll have a front end where you can, create new nodes. And whenever you create any new node, it gets automatically saved to a MongoDB. So for that, we'll be also initializing a Node.js based Express server and also creating some collections in our MongoDB for the same purpose of creation of new new notes. So that's what we're going to be covering in today's session, this full stack applications.
Yeah, definitely. As Shiva told, so today our main focus would be building a real-time project on and deploying it on a real server so that everyone can view our project. And also, so our project would be dedicated to a note-taking application in which we can see a list of note over the screen, as well as we can make a new notes, as well as we can edit it like the already present note, or we can delete it. So basically our main goal for is to make a full-fledged note-taking application where we can have a whole screen dedicated to our notes. So that also would be useful for our end too. And yeah, now proceeding with the main code. Yeah, today there is no theory, so we will be proceeding with the main code. Okay, so starting with the again module 6. So I would be creating a front end as well as backend. So initially in this module 6 folder, so again I will be creating a front end. So like expressing how we have reached this far is like we have already done HTML, CSS, and GS that would be covered within this front end application, and the other two parts that's the API integration as well as the backend server along with connecting with the database and handling all the data. So that would be covered within the backend session. So again, I have created these two folders, front end as well as the backend. And the front end would be mainly focused on our UI of the application, what the user will be showed, and the backend would be having all the all the server configuration as well as the data handling along with configuration with the MongoDB so that our data from the front end could reach the server as well as that data would be stored within our backend or the database that we will be using. So yeah, so starting with the minimalistic UI that we would be designing through our front-end application. So initially I would be creating a simple HTML file for the structure purposes. So and again giving two more files, namely CSS and GS for the design and the functionality. So I have given main.css for the styling and the functionality would be main.js. So this whole process would be uh, like collectively using all our previous knowledge and applying it in this module that we will be covering on. So initially, as I have already told you that I have created this boilerplate by using a code extension within the VS Code. And again, so just by hitting exclamation mark and clicking and hitting enter, so I would be getting a boiler template code for the HTML over which I can define any of the tag. So again, hello, but that would be notes. So let's test this out. So again, I have told you another extension about live server. So definitely we would be using that by right clicking over it in the pop-up menu. So we can see open with live server. So just by clicking over it. So let me open this within my main desktop. Yeah, cool. So basically this application would be opened within our live server. So what it will be containing is the front end, that is our main folder name, along with the index.html file in which we are running. Awesome. So I believe it would be taking a little more time, so we can shift to the our normal basic approach. Like I would be just opening the front end HTML file with normal file opener. So again, you can see over here, like I have used, you can see the index.html file over there, and you can see h1 tag over here. And again, by clicking on our developer tool, so we can also check what uh, what are all the elements that are present within the index.html file. So by clicking on the selection tool and by hovering over the element that we would be hovering over it, and again we can see the h1 tag already contain our notes text. And yeah, so our index.html is ready. So now we will be making a minimalistic UI to show to our users. So that would be containing a simple heading that have the navigation bar along with the whole list of notes, along with some button, for example, through which I can add my notes, along with I can do some functionality. So that would we would be doing by JS. So let's create a navigation bar. So we have for the navigation bar, so we have already have a tag named as nav. So nav is dedicated towards representing a navigation bar. So again, that would be containing a list of items, like a list through which we can navigate over each other. So the initial one, it would be containing a simple uh, heading. So that would be notes. So I would be representing it as a simple span tag notes. And again, I would be giving us some class for some designing, and then representing a list of navigation through which we can go over. So that would be represented by a simple UL tag. UL represent for unordered list. So I will be creating a list of all the items that will be present within the navigation bar, and all the list item would be containing anchor tag. Anchor tag represent linking of the file. So basically I can link a particular index.html file to another file, or I can reference it within the page, like having an internal linking as well as external linking. So I would be representing that also. And again, by going over, like, so I definitely do have a button to add. So create note, and again, so that would be a home page, and we definitely should have view notes page. Awesome. So that again should be contained within the anchor tag, and created a boilerplate and added a navigation bar over here, and again added a span for displaying a heading. Or instead of span, we can also use the header tag that represented by h1 to h6. So I would be using h2 tag that represent me a more detailed text over the screen. And again, let me check over the Chrome browser. So here it what I get. So but I don't want to define my navigation bar like this. So I would be adding some CSS, and again for that I would be linking my main.css file to the HTML document. through the link tag. Again, I would be giving the reference to it, like where my file is present. So again, it's within the main current folder named as main.css, and again I would be giving a reference like what this file would be containing. So by giving a relevance tag, so this file contain a style sheet, the whole style sheet. And again, so successfully linking my CSS file to the main index.html file. And now I can start my styling over here. And now by defining a class name to this navigation tag, so I would be giving a class name, for example, notes navigation bar. So again, using a relevant class name according to the tags that we are using. So that would be again these texts are again self-descriptive, like why we are using this particular uh, at which component and for which tag the all the CSS properties are being defined. So again, by having a view over this particular text, so we can see like for the note taking application, so we have a navigation bar. So the we are defining a style for our navigation bar. So again, the name should be descriptive that we are defining. So again, by saving this, so definitely we have our class. So the property that we have focused over in our module 2, in our HTML and CSS module. So again, we have studied about display flex. So I don't want my text to be displayed vertically. Rather, that would be horizontally aligned, like side by side from left to right. So what I can do is by declaring simply display flex. So how it will be reacting to our main in HTML tags are, it would be separate all the tag and all the child element that are already available within this nav tag. So that would be taking a flexible width. So again, this nav tag has two child. So initially the h1 and the ul, and other like these tags, the li and the anchor tag are the sub child of nav tag. Rather, they are the child of direct child of ul tag. So these li won't be affected by the flex that have been given within this nav tag. So again, when I click on save and hit refresh, again, these are aligned side by side. But again, I also want to align these side by side. So what I will be doing is I would be assigning a new class name to it and giving notes navigation link list. So we what it denotes is we have a note we have a navigation bar that contain list of links. Again, we have whole list of links. So what I will be doing, just copy and pasting within the this, and I will be declaring display flex again. So again, hitting refresh. So it has given us side by side view of all the stuff. So again, we don't want these dots as these dots are overlapping with each other. So what I will do is again, I have another view over it. So that's again called list item, list child type. So I defined it none. So by just by hitting refresh, so all the dots would be disappeared. So again, it's another property list child type. So there are many other properties too, like if I want to display desk or square or simple circle, so again that can be defined over here. And either we can also define by giving it in the attributes in the UL tag. But again, with the concerning aspect, and as the time went on, so we have already changed our workflow from the old attribute styling to the main CSS styling, so that a user can well define and all the text would be customizable according to the user need. So that's why we have different a bunch of properties that can be defined, that can be triggered through the HTML file. So getting back toward this, so we have this list style type for removing all the circles beside these list items. So we have successfully defined this. So I will need some margin. Like these are all stick towards each other. So what I will do is just create some margin over it. And again, before that, so what I will be doing is I want to change the font family or the font style of it. That I can do it by giving the body tag. So it represent the body tag, main body tag. So I would be just giving font family that would be defining what type of font I want to give. Like it can be Arial, Roboto, or simple Georgia Times New Roman or something else. So I would be giving a uh, simple Roboto system, like this is sans serif font family. So if I go back to my original browser, so if I hit refresh, so again you can see all the font have been changed, all the font style have been changed. So basically I have done changed it to the simple sans serif font family. And again, so now, if you go to any of the like website, so basically we in the navigation bar we have the main title displayed on the left hand side, and we have link on the right hand side. So how I can do is by separating these two. If again you click on the selection tool, let me increase the size for this. And if I click on this selection tool and hover over the main nav element, and again click over it, so you can see like the nav element again itself represent both the ul tag. Let me represent it to you. The h2 tag take a width of 66 pixel, and ul element take a width of 253 pixel, and the rest of the space is empty, represented by the slashes over here. So these space is empty. So what I want to do is I want to define, like my first element should be on the left hand side and the second would be right hand side, and there should be space in between these two elements. So again, as I represented, there should be space in between these two elements. So again we have another property, like we have justify content, and again as I have represented, I want space between them. So again space between these two elements. So when I go back and hit refresh, again you can see over here my both element are separated from each other. The initial heading is toward left and my other thing is toward right, all the links. So again now uh, I would be declaring, I would be having a margin. So these again are stuck with each other. So I want to create some margin over it. So how can I do it? This again by using the class note navigation links link item that represent the particular list item. And again, I would be giving the same class name to all of this. As I don't want to write repetitive style CSS for each and every element, so I would be giving the same class name to all these three link list items, and I would be defining a single CSS over the main.css file. So I would be writing like I need a margin of left hand side. So left mean that a margin would be given over the left hand side over I need it at least of 15 pixel. Again when I hit refresh, so again spaces are there over here, and again if you click on this selection tool and hover over this list items, so you can see this orange color box appeared. So that's nothing but margin is given. So again blue box defined the content of the main tag, li tag, and the orange represent the margin that have been given. And again if you go below this in the style tab and scroll down over this, so you can see a box model appeared over the screen. So that again the main box model defining what uh, what length and what height and width this content take, what's the padding, what's the border, and again what is the margin. Again you can see over here 15 is written over the left hand side and rest are these only minus symbol or hyphen symbol. So again, that represent only left have been given a margin of 15 pixels, the rest all are null or zero, you can say. And then we have successfully created our initial navigation, but again that required some kind of styling. So again, I would be giving a particular background color to it. So that would be a simple blue. So it's a blue color background. But again, you can see over here why I don't want this white uh, patches to be appeared over the screen. So my navigation bars should be stuck at toward the end of the screen. So how can I do this is by, so again, if you go to the element tag, I have defined that a body already do have a default margin over it with a margin of 8 pixel all over its sides. So I would be removing this. So I would be just typing as margin 0. So what it will do is it will just remove all the margin that are bounded by the body, default body. And again, I need some spacing from this edge to nodes. So what I will be doing is I would again go back to this navigation element, and again I would be giving padding, not margin, again representing the box model, the all the background color that you see over here. So background color is given to the padding as well as content. And if you see below this, again padding, the border color is given to the padding as well as the content. So content would be shifted toward that. If I give margin, so margin does not have the background color. So that's why again my empty white space would be again visible over the screen. If you want to test it out, so you can again write your own CSS while you are within the browser. So how can you do this? By just click on the element and go to the style tab. Again within the element dot style attribute, this element, so you can write your own margin by just writing margin. I need 10 pixel. So again you can see like white space have been appeared over the navigation bar, and below in the box model again we have the margin of 10 pixels all around the sides. So instead of margin, if I give padding, so you can see now like the padding have been given a total size of 10 pixels all around the content, and again padding have also been colored with the background color space. So that's why it's necessary to use padding if we want to have some spacing between the main tag as well as the side of the tag. So that's why. So again, if you see over here, so again these elements are not in the middle. So how can I just uh, make this all the elements that are visible over the left side of the screen in the middle? So that can be done by using a simple another property. So I would be writing simply align item center. So what it does is all the elements that are present within this flex link list, so basically that would be align center. And again, this align item center property do work with only display flex as well as grid system. None other than if you are using simply block. So again, this align item attribute won't work. So again, when I click on save and hit refresh, so again you can see like these elements are all aligned center at the center. And again, if you want to test it out, how it changed is its property. So you can just untick this checkbox that you can see over here, and by unchecking this, so you can see what type of changes have been done. So basically, it has mathematically derived centered. And again, yeah, so you can so I must have to give some padding over here. So I need to give a padding of 10 pixel over here. So yeah, just by hitting refresh. So again, yeah, my padding have been given, but I don't want to give padding from top to bottom. So again, while giving a simple value. So many of the key property that are defined within the CSS, so they have, if for example padding margin, so we can give four value that represent my top, right, bottom, left. Like the upper side, the right side, the bottom side, and the left side moving clockwise. So we are giving padding clockwise direction. So what I want is, I don't want to give padding top and the bottom. So I would be writing just top and bottom as 0. And I want to just give padding right and left. So I would be defining 10 pixel to the right and 10 pixel to the left. So what it do is, if you see now, it is having a padding of 10 pixel up and below. When I hit refresh, again the size reduce as my padding have gone and only the padding have been applied over the left and the right hand side. So I would be increasing the size by 10 to 20 pixel. So again, yeah, it look more clear. So now I would be just moving back toward this, and again I would be giving a simple navigation heading, and again I would be changing the color of the font that's being used, and again that can be done achieved by simple color tag. Again, there is a difference between the simple background color as well as color. Background color define the color at the background, and the color define the color of the text that's away, being visible over the screen. So I want it a simple white color. And if you hover over this, if you are in the VS Code, so you can see the RGB color code of this, or you can select by moving this color picker tool along with, if you click over here, so this is a hexa code along with HSL code, that's hue, saturation, and illumination code. And again there are three type of code that can be defined over from here. So I would be using a simple hex code over here. So again, my color of the heading have been changed to white. So now again we are moving toward the completion of our navigation bar. So again, I need the color white here too. So what I will be doing is again representing my color to white. Yeah, cool. So at last, I don't want a background color of this button. So what I will be doing is, I would be explicitly giving a new tag named as navigation add notes button. Again, copy and pasting within the main.css file, and again defining I don't need the background color. So I would be giving it as a transparent. So again hitting refresh. So again the color have been disappeared, but again we have to change the color of the text, as well as we have to disable this border that is visible over the screen. So again, when I want to disable border, so I would be writing just border attribute with, along with I don't need a border, so I would be writing just none. So again hitting refresh, so our border is none. And again when I hover over these elements, so my cursor should be changed to a pointer, like a hand type tool should be appear over there, so that our, like it should look like it, the button is have like the button has a click element over it. So what we can do is, by defining the cursor property over here with the value of pointer, and again hitting refresh, so my pointer have been changed to, from default cursor to the pointer cursor, pointing the button can be clicked. And again same as I want to change the color of the text, and again to white. Yeah, cool. So it look more clearer. So again I need to give my font, I can increase or decrease the font size by using the font size uh, property, and again that could be as much as many pixel. So you can see over here, like this size have been increased, but by default the color the font size is 16 pixel. So basically when you hit refresh, so you can see the size have been changed from the default. The button default font size is 13 pixels, so I have changed from 13 to 16 by the default text size that is appeared on the screen. So yeah, we have successfully created our navigation bar, but now we would be creating other elements like we do have our we do have to display our note in the new note tab, as well as we have to create a new note. So how can I do this? As so at the home, so I can again declare a simple division that represent a there. Again, that would be visible over here. So again, I would be giving it a class. So again, that can be represented by h3. So it's a small designing element that I'm proceeding with. So that would be, I would be representing it as a simple notes home div. So again, I would be aligning the text at center by using the text align center property. So again, my text have been aligned at the center, and again, uh, I want to increase the size of this height there. So what I will be doing is I would be writing font size as, for example, 40 pixels. Like that would be enough to display the text. Yeah, cool. So again, I would be writing another element as h1 take notes, representing by a simple class name. So this is our main text that would be appeared within our home page. So that would be containing nothing but a simple uh, title that would be displayed over the home screen. So again, going to the index.html file, and again notes header. So I need to define this note headers as font size of 60 pixels. So that would be appeared a little bit larger than the previous one. And again, the color should be changed to like red or of red if you want. Again, yeah, cool. So again, I would be increasing the size of it. And yeah, so this is, you can display it as a small home page over which it represent us to take the notes, and by clicking on this home screen, so we should come back to our index.html page. So now we would be linking different HTML pages from each other. So what I will be writing is index.html, and by clicking over this particular, it should be href. So anchor tag should contain an attribute name as href, again same as this, representing hyper link reference. So what this home, if I click on this home button, so where it should be taken. So again, writing another href represented by us, again take notes.html page. So again, that would be contained within this folder. And again, when I hit a new file name, so the file name should be same as that of this index.html. Oh, this note take HTML file. So that I have mentioned within this and anchor reference. So if I hit refresh, so you can see the color have been changed. So I don't want to change the color of these hyper anchor tags. So what I will be doing is simply copy and pasting this particular class name over here, and I would be defining a CSS as a simple color of white that I want to define. And now I have already declared a color as white. So I don't want to redeclare it. So what I can do is I can use a comma separator and represent another class name. So that represent these two class name would be having same type of properties that they have. So again, hitting refresh. So the color have been changed to white, And again, I don't want to display this underline. So what I will be doing is, so again, heading again does not have any property that have an underline. So we just want to change this particular link at value. So I would be redeclaring it, and I would be writing text decoration as null. So basically, underline represent a simple text decoration. And again, when I hit refresh, so a line have been disappeared. So yeah, again, when I click on this home page, so it redirect me to index.html. You can see over here, my whole page refresh itself. When I click on view notes page, so again, it is showing me an empty page. Again, that define like this index note take HTML does not contain anything. But if I again write this boilerplate code, you can see over here, like the notes take notes.html file, and when I hit refresh, so that have been changed to document as I've declared the document title over here. So again, that would be take notes. The title should be take notes. So again, my title have been changed to take notes. And yeah, so here, or it should be view notes, as we have declared the main text as view notes. So again, that was the mistake. So we have to redeclare this. We have to change the file name from view notes or take notes to view notes. Again, that would be view notes. And this view note file again should share the same uh, CSS file as we have declared earlier in the index.html file. So what I will be doing is, I would be just simply copy and pasting this particular link tag reference over here. And again, in the body tag, I again want to define the whole navigation bar over here. So I would be copying this navigation bar and pasting within the view notes section. So again, when I hit refresh, so the take note have been changed to view notes. So when I hit refresh and again go back to the view notes, again, this is a view note file. If you want to test it out, so you can write a simple division representing view notes. So again, hitting refresh. So you can see over here view notes. When I again go back to home page, so that is take notes. So this is a simple link, external linking of documents. So how we can link one document to another. So I can simply go to view notes as well as return back to the home page. So again, the third page would be the create note page, and I would be creating that too. So create note.html. So again, that would be containing the same procedure that we have like. So instead of redeclaring file and copy and pasting each and every element, so what I will be doing is, I would be just copy and pasting this view HTML note and renaming it as create notes.html. So again, my already the code is present over here. So I would be just changing the title over here, and again the links over here. So representing again that this will not be a button, rather than it will be a simple link. And yeah, so I would be doing the same type of changes over here, and I would be removing the CSS of the button too. Cool. So I would be having a reference to it, defining the main create notes.html page, and again giving the same reference, so that each and every reference, if I go to each any page, so the link should point to only a single file that I want to make changes. So again, the code must be same, and this title represent note taking application demo scalar. So if I hit refresh, so again you can see over here, like the title have been changed to note taking application. And if I want to go to each any of the page, so what I will be doing, so initially we are at index.html page, and now we are at view notes page, and now we are at create note page. If I go back to create note and move this create notes and hit refresh, yeah, they are at create note, then view notes, then home page. Yeah, cool. So we have successfully done our initial step. So again, when I go to any of the page, so again, I should represent at which page I am. So I would be changing the color of the link that are given over here. How can I do this is by, like, I can choose this by and write it is an active link. So I have declared a new class with the name of node navigation link active. So what it will do is this class at any of the tag, when I give this particular class name, so the color would be changed to, for example, red color. So representing, and along with it will be displaying a underline text. So that will be again the text decoration as underline. Again, when I am home page. So the file name is index.html. So I would be going to index.html file again. So I would be giving the class name to it. Again, I am at index.html homepage. So I would be giving a class to this anchor tag, giving node navigation link active. So when I hit refresh, so again, it represent me a red color text representing home along with the underline. And when I go to view notes, though, so the file name is view-notes.html, going back to that. And again, that represent me, again, I would be changing the class of this particular element, representing it as node navigation link active. And again, going to the third file, create notes. So again, I have a new element over here. So again, create note element. When I change the class name of this, so basically I would be handling all these linked together. So when I click on home, so the color have been changed. When I go to view notes, so the color have been changed, and hence same as that of create notes. So we know at which page we are for now. So what I want to do is, when I go to view notes, so a list of notes should be visible over here. And when I go to create notes, so I should be displayed a text box over which I can write a particular, uh, you can say note. And when I click on submit, so a note should be given to our backend, and that should be stored within our main Mongo database. So now I would be completing this view note section. So in this view note section, so again, I instead of this main.css file, so I would be writing a new file named as view notes.css, so that our code base for the style sheet should be separated from each other, so that no, if by mistake I have used a class name again in any of the file, so that should not affect the previous code that I have written. So again, for that I would be declaring a new css file, and I would be giving this new css file reference to this view notes html, none other than that, so that my main index.html file and other the create notes.html file should not be affected from this css file. So again, when I just, how can I do that? Again, by clicking, pasting the same link over it and just changing the name from, we have the main.css file already present over here. And again, I would be redeclaring this a new CSS file named as view notes. So again, all the structure that I would be defining over here, so that would be total style sheet would be contained within this view node section. So again, the step that I've performed over here. So basically, I have modularized my whole functionality. For example, I have not basically written my whole code within a single page. What is the benefit of writing these type of modular code is, when I need this particular type of file, so at that instance of point, so the file would be downloaded, rather the file won't be affecting our main source code that we have already written, or the user is viewing that page. So this type of approach, modularizing all the stuff, definitely give us a power to write an efficient and effective code. And again, so yeah, we are at the view nodes page. So it should uh, initially, or this is the main division. So that would be containing the main heading of the tag and view nodes header. So that would be containing a simple view node text over here. And again, that have a font size of, let's suppose, 30 pixel. And I want to have give a weight. Font weight mean whether I want to make it bold or light. You can see over here, if I give a font weight of 700 pixel, so 700, so it would be darker, somewhat darker. And if I give it as 100 pixels, so it would be lighter. So basically, it weight have a value of 100, 200, 300 till 900. So we have 100 till 900 value. I cannot define it as 109 or something. It has 100, 200, 300, all the multiples of 100 basically. So I would be making it as a 900 font weight, and again that represent the highest bold value that can be given, or I can write 700, a little bolder value, but it represent a bold value. And again, I want to display the text in the center of the screen. So again, I have property text align center, and again I want to give some space from top and bottom. So again, either I can use padding or margin, but at this point I don't have a background color or something. So again, I would be using margin at this place, as I want to separate two tags from each other. So again, at this point of time, the margin would be our best approach. So again, that I would be giving 20 pixel. Awesome. So we are at the view node page, and now I would be creating this header. So again, I was explaining about why we are using margins for separating two tags from each other. And again, when I hit refresh, so some spacing have been given from the top as well as the bottom. And now, yeah. So basically, I would be increasing font size. Yeah. So basically, going back to the view node page. So again, I must have to display some type of list. Like we have a list of nodes that are gathered within our database. So I have to gather that and display it over the screen. So how can I do that? Is by using a simply again the list tag, UL tag, and again giving the li item. So I would be having a block like of structure that is displayed over the screen. And again, uh, hey one, so representing that as a list. So I would be rather representing it as a simple common text, visual text. I would be having all the list of the text within displayed within the block. So how can I do that? Is by view note block, and giving a CSS to it. So I would be giving the same class name to all of the blocks that are represented over here, so that they must be sharing the same type of CSS that is being defined over here now. So that should uh, have an infinite amount of height, but they should have a particular width. So they must have a maximum width of 300 pixel. So the content must not exceed the 300 pixel capacity that we have. Again, that should that should have a background color of somewhat like of uh, a faded uh, black color. So representing by, you can toggle over the opacity of the background that can be set with the third parameter. That is, I have used RGBA and A attribute that represent RGB value that represents 000, defining by a simple black color. And again, the 02 represent the opacity of the black color that I want to give to the block that is being represented. And again, when I hit refresh, so you can see over here, the width 300 pixels have been given. And again, if uh, if you can see over here, so I want to have some margin along with it, so a margin of 10 pixels. So you can definitely see what type of block are being made. So basically they have a width of 300 pixels, but they do have a definite height of the content that are contained within this block. So again, by using the list style type property, so I don't want to display this particular circle, so I have used this property and again hit refresh, so that is again gone. So now for this instance, so I want to display three block on a single row. So how can I declare that? By using again the next property, our grid. So we have list. So again, I would be declaring a simple grid to the parent element of all these three containers. And again, I would be declaring that as display grid. And now we have a property, we can display grid by a property as grid template columns. So again, what type of what width I want to give to these three containers. So I want to give an equal width. So I can write one FR, one FR, one FR. FR represent a one fragment of each, so that these whole height that are visible from here to here, that whole height would be, whole width would be divided into three equal parts. So when I hit refresh, when I again save and hit refresh, so again these three have been divided into three equal parts. And again, these block, if you see over here in the element tag, and if you see over here, so these block again have to be centralized from each other. So again, that can be done by using a simple auto property. So again, as I've defined, so we have, I want to just define, I just want to define a single or equal margin from left hand side border over here. So if you can see over here, so we don't have a margin, and also the content is not at the center by using the auto property over here. So basically we can define equal margin from the left and the right hand side. So we have declared over here. So yeah, for now, and again giving some type of padding to this block. So we want to have some type of uh, spacing between the content and the border. And yeah, so I would be declaring a padding of 10 pixels. So yeah, the block is, and the item content is visible more clear. So instead of background color, what if I give a shadow? So again, a shadow have another property. So we have a box shadow. So that again represent our X, Y, the offset as well as the width that I want to give to the shadow. And again, which type of color that I want to give to the shadow. So basically you can, I can display over the screen. So by giving a simple black shadow over here, so it look more clearer and more type of hovered container over the screen, so that the UI is more minimalistic now. And again, if I want to give some type of border radius over it, so our container must be circular in shape, not much circular, rather small, having border radius at the edges, so they should not be sharpened. So I would be just blunting all the borders. So by using which type of border I want to give, if I used 30 pixel border, so the again it is clearly visible that my borders are rounded, but I just want to have a light blunt over the edges. So again, I have given a 4 pixel radius over the border, and again my sides are blunt. And now, so it looks cool, like if I display it as a simple lorem text, and if I want to contain my notes within it, So again, it's looking nice as previous. So again, I would be giving somewhat more padding to it. And now it should do have again, we have a simple text over it, and we also do have an author over here. So I would be defining as author by simply writing it, and again that should be separated from each other, and view note author. So again, each note have been created by a particular person, so representing by author. So I would be giving a color of faded white color, or you can say a gray color, gray, or yeah, it look more, or I can change the color to somewhat green in color. It's not visible much, but awesome. So giving some margin to it from the top and giving it as a normal 10 pixel. So again, my these two containers are separated from each other. Who has made this? And again, who is the author? And again, uh, so we have successfully created a particular component from where we can view our notes. And again, now it's I would be deleting these all three containers. So I don't want these containers to be visible over the screen. So that would be containing a single note. And now, so I would be creating. So now it's the turn for creating new notes. So again, we have the create note HTML, and we have to create a new CSS file, create note.css, and again by hitting enter, so we have created the file, and again we have to link that file to the document, so don't forget that also. And now, so we have to give the particular relevance to it, what type of data that the CSS file contain. So it contains a style sheet. So now, so we have, again, I would be giving the same create note header to it, and again with a margin of 20 pixel and font size of 40 pixel, and again text align center. So again, my text or the heading would be visible over the screen with all the property. Correct. So here I would be creating a simple text box, as well as I would be giving a simple input box along with a submit button. So I would be creating creating that document. So I would be creating a simple div with uh, create not form class. So again, I would be creating a form. So in this form, so what it will be containing is have a it do it basically have a flexible margin. So but beside that, so basically that would have width of maximum content. So whatever content it contains, so basically the division should be as big as the maximum content that it have. So basically if I write here and hit enter, so basically the width of this particular container is as much as the content it have. So again, if I use margin, simple margin 0, that represent my top and bottom values, and auto, that represent my left and right values. When I hit refresh, so basically that is center aligned. My whole div is center aligned. And again, going back to this, so I would be creating a simple text area. So in the text area, so I can resize this, and again I can write stuff within the text area, and I can copy and paste the value from it, and again send it back to my server. And again, yeah, So I would be giving initial class name of create node form text area and defining the particular default property to it. So I would be defining a height of, for example, 500 pixel, and again the width of 800 pixel, let's suppose, and so it is quite big. So we can reduce the size, and now it's much cleaner. And again, I would be I can display a single placeholder over it, so that represent me a particular value that I can enter. So write notes over here, and again I can write notes over here, and again it can contain a second input box that can contain a simple uh, write your name. Simply write your name that is contained within the placeholder attribute, and again I can give the type as a simple text box, so it will contain all the textual value. And again I can write my name over here, and I can write notes over here. And again the width must be 100%. So again my width is maximum content, so according to the content that it have, so defining this particular division element, and if I give the width 100% to it, and again yeah, the width is 100% again. So but my initial width have been given to 500 pixels, so again I would be giving the same width to it, when representing it as a text box. I have given the class name to it, and again I would be defining the CSS for it, and again for the CSS I would be giving a width of 500 pixels. Again the width is same, and again defining the font size of a bit bigger, so that it can be bit visible over the screen. And I can write my name over here, and this is a new note. Okay, so I have successfully created a particular text area, and as along with the author field. And again, I need to create a button through which after click over it, so that can send a request to the server, and our data would be visible over the view notes window. So I would be writing save. I would be creating a save note button and defining a particular CSS to it. So again, I would be creating a new class name to it and giving form button simple. Again, I would be creating a uh, simple looking button, giving some padding to it, like 10 pixel, and again enlarging the font size of it to 20 pixel, let's suppose, and giving a background color of simply that's the again the blue color that get used within the main navigation bar. Again, I would be declaring a color as white and giving border to none, displaying no border, and giving some kind of border radius to blunting all the sides. Awesome. So I would be declaring it as margin 0 auto, again for centering out this particular division. So what I will be doing is I will be creating this and writing a small group of inline CSS or just text align center. So that would be just a second, again by clicking over here. So my button is visible over the, okay, it's a div. Okay, so that's already centered aligned. So basically I would be creating a new class name, button wrap. So this is a class of a division. So I would be maintaining a new class, giving all the property that we have written inline over here, and I would be writing a margin top of 20 pixel, let's suppose. So that margin would be some kind of spacing would be there over the screen. So yeah, now our whole module have been completed, and I just last is declaring a cursor pointer to it, so that whenever I hover over here, so a pointer would be appeared. So now if like I want to create some animation, if I hover over the button, as well as if I click over it should have some animation. So how can I do that? Is by using some pseudo properties that we have. So by using the hover property, pseudo property, so basically used by colon along with the keyword, like I want to hover over the button, and it should have some change visible. So it should, the background color should change to somewhat like darker blue when I hit refresh. So when I go back to the screen and hover over it, so my background color have been changed somewhat darker. So again, but it is abruptly changing, but I want some type of animation visible over the screen. So I would be using another property known as transition. So again, the transition property is again same as that of animation, but it have a bunch of difference. Like I don't have to define any keyword, but this transition works whenever these pseudo selectors are like available. So I want to give a transition of 0.5 second. So when I hit refresh, so again when I hover over it, so it does not change the color abruptly, rather it transition the color from the initial position to the final position. So again, when I click over the button, so again we have another attribute named as active. When our button is active, when my mouse is being clicked over the screen, over the button, so it should be somewhat shortened down. So I would be using a transform property, and that have a value of scale. So I would be giving a scale of how much it should be scaled down. So the initial value is 1. So I would be writing zero point 0.9 to scale down the value. Again hitting refresh. Now, when I click over the button, so it somewhat a bit scaled down. And when I just release the button press, so again it expand to its original position. So now we have successfully created the main UI of the component. Again, that have a home page. Again, we have a view node page, and the third one we have the create nodes page. So now we would be now working with the main GS file. So what I would be writing is initially we have the main.js file again at the view node. So how our nodes would be visible. So again, when our page refreshes, so basically whenever a function should be there, so I would be creating a simple function by arrow notation. So again, that represent me of fetch nodes from the server. So simply fetch nodes. So whenever I call this particular function over the over my HTML file, so what it does is it basically return me all the values, as well as it represent all the value that are present from the backend and displayed on the front end. So for now, for example, I have a bunch of value. I have an array of all the value, so basically representing by a simple array of objects. So basically contain nots, not contain a simple, this is new not, and defining another property as author. So author is ABC, and again I have a second value over here. So again representing by, if I go back to the view nodes, and I would be just copy and pasting this value over here, and this is a new node that I would be seeing. Okay, yeah, cool. So it is a new node, and again the author is Raghav. And again, when I have to fetch this array, for example, that you can represent this array is coming from the backend. So backend is throwing a array of objects. So I have gathered this object within the particular variable array, and I want to display this array to our view nodes page. So what I can do is I would be simply writing, I would be fetching like I would be creating a new li element. I would be appending this to the main UL tag. So I would be declaring an ID over here and represented as view notes list. So again, I have given the ID to it, and again, I would be referencing this ID to this main fetch notes constant. So note list tag. So again, we would be having a reference to document the main DOM element document dot get element by ID. So again, I would be referencing to with the same ID that are being declared over the HTML file. So I have referenced this particular file, and I would be having a simple for loop as we have the array within it. So I would be declaring a simple for loop. So I have to fetch all the object. I have to map it over the ally tag, and then I have to append that ally tag to this note list tag. So how can I do this? I would be declaring a simple loop over, and I can iterate over this array that are visible over the screen. So we can see this note list, simple notes list. So simple array that I is equal to 0 and I should be less than note array dot length, and I should be plus plus, like it should be iterated over each and every element. So what it will be doing it is it will be creating a new tag representing by const tag is equal to. So again, I would be using template strings as I've earlier mentioned within the module 3 when we are working with JavaScript. So I would be using this template literals or template strings. So I would be creating a new li element. So again, I would be copy and pasting this particular li element tag from over here. And I would be declaring it like this, and basically using the same format that are declared over here. So the first division represent us all the nodes, and again the second division represent us with the author name. So basically having a class of this. Okay, so how can I insert this particular uh, element to this object is by using dollar sign along with this curly braces, and inside this I can use this notes array note list of element of I. Like it would be taking this particular first element, and that would be mapped within this module, and then I would be taking notes. So how can I, what it return is basically it return me simple an object containing notes as well as author. So it send me an object. So how can I use this object is by using dot notation dot author oh dot not, and again in the second iteration, so I have to give the author name. So I would be writing notes list of ith element dot author. So that represent me the note and the author visible over the within the li element, and I need to append it to this note list tag. So how can I do that is by inside this for loop only. So I would be writing note list tag dot append child, and I would be writing simply passing this tag over this function. So again, when I go back to this view note, so I would be commenting this out. I would be commenting this li tag. Again, hit refresh. So that would be displayed nothing as I am not called this function yet. And now initially I have to link this main.js file to this view node.html. So what I can do is again by writing a simple script tag by passing a simple source element into it, and again by passing the main.js file to it, referencing to it, and again now we have successfully connected to our main.js file. And at this instance of time I can call this fetch not function, and now when I call this fetch not function, so I can see all the errors that are coming up from the console. So we can demonstrate this in the live environment. So where I am lagging. So basically I am lagging at append child function, fail to execute append child on node. So basically here is the error that I am lagging with. So basically it have pushed this particular node list tag, and I just will represent this, so that surely gives me a simple UL tag. So I have created a simple tag over here. Okay, so I have to append this to the HTML note. I have to append the child. So this is not a child; it's a simple string that we have made. So what I can do is simply node tag list dot inner HTML, and I want to append. If I use this, so it just what it basically does, it just it take all the text, it remove all the text within this particular tag and add this to it. But we want to append all the text, we does not want to remove the previous text. So I need to use this plus equal to operator. That means I am appending this particular string to the existing inner.html that is available within this node list tag. So when I again hit refresh, so we have successfully get these two nodes that are visible over the screen. And again, if I made any changes to it, this is a new node. And hi everyone. Again, that is updating from the object that we have created. And now we have successfully get our node, but now we want to take this node list from our API. Now at our server time. So we get back to, we just close the server and we get back to our backend folder. And now we would be creating our backend server. So defining our main server.js file. And again, I would be initializing this folder as I would be just initially go to this backend folder. So I have changed my directory to the backend folder, and I would be writing npm init. Again, that would be initializing a whole npm string over here. So the utility package walkthrough. Okay, so again, I am going to initialize the whole repository. Again, it is asking me for package name along with a bunch of operation. So again, I would be hitting an enter, and at last, a simple package.json file would be created. And again, in this package.json file, so I would be having a start script already available over here. So again, I have already declared the server.js file, and hence a start script is available over here. So again, in the server file, so again I would be installing some of the modules that I will be using, or rather than this, so I would be using all the modules that are available in our previous module. So again, I would be going back to my previous module. So in module 5, in which we have declared all the server and the schemas. Again, I would be opening my schema and copy and pasting within our current code base. So I would be declaring a schema.js. So for this reference, so you can view the previous module. But for now, so I would be just removing all the stuff from here. And rather than this, I would be writing these two things like author as well as notes. Again, this Mongo schema do contain these two fields, that is author and notes, and that contain a new user model within our Mongo database, and that would be saved within our Mongo. And now we have successfully created our Mongo, and again now we have to connect to our database. So what I'll do is simply again going back to our module 5, and I would be just simply and pasting my connect to DB database, connect mongo.js. Again we have to pre-install our requirement. Again npm install mongoose. Okay, npm install mongoose. So it will install all the requirement for the mongoose. And again, so we will be writing we would be installing a second module, that is Express. So our main Express server. So through which, and now I would be copying and pasting the code for the main r server.js file. So basically this is index.js. So yeah, this is the main code. So I would be just pasting my main code server.js in the server.js. So now what this code contains, I explaining that again. So I have created a simple Express server by using the Express module that we have installed it. And again, I want to connect that particular server to the database. So here I have used this connect mongo.js module, and I would be connecting to the Mongo module by using this function. I have declared the function earlier in the module 5, and now I would be using this function in this server. So basically I have to redeclare the path as I have changed the file name. So basically it's connect mongo. So basically I will be using this connect function, and that is used within this particular line number 37 when I initiate my server at port number 4300. And again, I have used this Express server and made a new instance. And now I have declared, I have used the schema, or it's basically a Mongo schema that have been earlier made. And now I would be removing all these elements from here. And again, awesome. So basically in this file, so just we have declared our Express server, and that is again initialized at port number 4300, and that should return me a response of, so to test it out, return a response of simply true. Again, for testing our server out, so initially I would be just declaring it as npm start, as in the package.json. I have written a start script as node server.js, so we don't have to redeclare where we have to start our server. So again, we have successfully connected to the database, and our server have been started. Again, for testing all the functionality out, so I would be using Postman. And again, I have this particular uh, host present over the get URL request URL screen or the input. And again, let me increase the size. Yeah. So basically, let me reduce the size by 1. And now I would be using the URL as 127.0.0.1 that represent the local host that we are using, and my main port is 4300. That should be same as that of that we have declared it at the time of execution. So basically app.listen at the port 4300. So basically we have written this, and again add a simple get request. So basically get is a method. So we have declared a method over here, and by making a simple get request over it, so it will return me true over the response screen over here. When I click on send, so it return me a simple true. So basically I need to make a post request, so that through this create notes screen, so I can declare my note and I can submit it to the server. So how can I do this is just by checking this out, app.post. So I have simply made a post request. Again, when I restart my server and again hit the simple get request, so this time it won't be working. So again it give me error with an HTML page cannot get a simple slash. And now when I change this method from get to post, so basically I would be having a response of, when I click on send, so basically I would be getting a response of true. And again, now getting back to the main app.post screen, so basically I can take all the values coming from that particular screen over my server. So how can I do that is by going back to the body, and I would be using a simple raw data along with this JSON type of data string that we are getting to, and what type of data I want to pass. So basically we have two type of data. The initial one is not, and the second one is the author. So again, I would be declaring it as notes. So I would be passing notes to it. So this is a new note, and again I would be passing a author as again. I have already explained about the JSON. So basically, the key and with the value pair that I am getting through over here. So basically, that should be enclosed between the double quotes. So that's why. So basically, proceeding by the colon along with I would be giving a author of ABC. So again, when I hit send, so I have to get the particular data over here. So how can I do that is by simply writing like notes is equal to request dot body dot notes. So basically this notes that I've declared over here. So basically request dot body gives me this particular JSON object. So we have this JSON object and already parsed. So basically, parse mean this JSON object have been converted to a simple JavaScript object without using this double quotes over here. So basically, I would be just simply writing dot notes over here, and again, when I hit console.log, and again at this point too, it would be giving me a simple undefined method. So till now, I won't be getting any response. So why is that? Again, I would be having a representation for that. Again, when I not simply request dot body, let it be, and again by going back to the postman, when I hit send, again it throw me an undefined error. It's not an error, rather it's a value of request dot body. So basically, till now, I have not get this request dot body from my JSON context. So here we are missing something. So that's nothing but we have not configured our server to accept JSON. So how can I do that is by simply using app dot use. So basically app.use is a function. So basically we are declaring the server should use some special configuration that we want to give. So basically I want to give like it should also accept JSON type of data responses. So basically how can I define that is it already have a JSON data response already available. So just we have to declare and redefine the configuration. So just by writing express.json along with this parenthesis. So basically express represent this express module. So it have a JSON function. So basically our app server would use this JSON configuration that are declared over here. Again by writing, hitting save and hitting like reinitializing my server. Now this time when I hit on send, now we successfully got our body from the body that we have sent, raw data that we have sent over from the postman. So now we have note as well as author available on the server. At this instance of point, so what I will be doing is I would be creating a new database entry. So now again going back to the Mongo compass that we have covered in the earlier session in the module 5, again going back to the local host 27017, that is the default port of MongoDB. Again, I would be checking for whether we have the scalar entry. So I would be deleting all this scalar database, and I would be checking whether I have uh, yeah I have used the same scalar database that is being declared over the MongoDB compass. And again, yeah, so basically when I again restart the server, so what it will do is it will reinitialize our main MongoDB and it will create a server by itself. So you can see over here, a simple scalar have been defined and a user model have been created itself as we have declared here within the user schema. And now I want to post some entry over here. So again we will be using the same function. So basically using the user model that is being declared over here, user dot or not user dot, rather we can create a new entry from here. So basically new notes. So basically I would be creating a new instance for the user object. So basically declaring new user, and I would be passing the two note that I have got from the body. So basically request body I would be redeclaring this variable at it represent what type of data it contains. So basically it's a request body, and the request body contain two parameters, that is not an author, and again the user database contain two type of schema, that is simply the author as well as notes. So what I will be doing is I will be declaring this author and notes from here. So basically it represent the key that it contains, and the value is have been come by this request body. So basically request body. So I would be going back to the notes. So postman. So request body dot uh, author author and request body dot notes. Cool. So we have successfully created a data entry in the Mongoose, but we yet have to store it at our database. So how can I do that? Is by using the save function. So basically user dot save, again by using this, but again saving consumes some time. So again I would be writing await over here to wait for the data to be saved within our MongoDB server, and then the response have been sent. Now, when I hit refresh and again restart my server, and again when you do any changes to your server, so you have to restart your server so that changes must be reflected over the server. And again, when I hit send at this time, so basically we have an error over here. So we try to resolve this error, and for this error, so we can see at which line our error have came. So basically user.save is not a function. So basically, okay, user is not a function, rather it's new nodes.save, as we have made an instance, and instance contain all the function that is available. So again, I will be hitting refreshing the server, and again when I click on send from here, again this time we got true. And now getting back to the Mongo and hitting refresh, so we can see our first entry within our MongoDB server, MongoDB database. So basically, now I need to integrate this endpoint to our main front end. So how can I do that? Is by going back to the again to the front end, and I will go back to the create node.html, and I would be redeclaring again a script to it, and again that script would be containing again the source that represent create node.js. Again it would be a JS file through which we will be sending all the requests. So again fetch create node.js. At this time we won't be using fetch. That's somewhat traditional. So basically we would be using another approach that is known as Axios. So basically you have to go to Axios CDN. So basically so Axios is a library. So for using a library within an HTML document, so you have to link this library to the main HTML document. So I would be copying this URL, and I would be pasting a URL within this create nodes.html file within the script tag. So basically I would be writing a script tag with a source of this particular URL. If you go to this URL, so you can check out particular code base is available within the URL that is visible over the screen. And again, this code base is nothing but a library that we will be using. And again, we have successfully used the we have successfully integrated the library with our main HTML document for the creating the nodes. And again going back to the create node, and I would be using the simple Axios request. So I would be creating a function named as uh, create nodes. So what this will do is it would simply take two elements from the main HTML page. So basically I would be declaring two IDs separately, giving to input as well as text area. So basically ID to not text, and I would be creating text area and giving it as document, simply document dot get element by id, and yeah, I would be redeclaring another variable. So basically it represent me notes text and main author text, and again, so that would be author text. So I would be declaring this same ID that I've used within the JS module to this particular HTML tag. So giving the same ID to it. And again, when I want to use this particular create note element, when we click on save button. So basically on clicking on save button, so this particular function should execute. So uh, like I want to give the value to it, simply value, not value, as it does not have an inner HTML type, rather it contain all the value within the value field. So basically the initial thing is I want to console these two note text, as well as I want to use author text. Yeah. So getting back to our create notes, and whatever I type within this particular two fields. So when I click on save notes, so basically I have to refresh the page. So whatever I type within this particular two fields, so that's visible over the console. So we have successfully got the data, and now I have to send the data to the server. So how can I do that? Is by using simply, I will be creating again the async function. So again, I would be awaiting for the process to happen. So basically, again, that would be containing Axios. We would be using Axios for this. So again, Axios request would take some time to declare and again go back to the server and fetch some response. So again, we would be using the Axios function. So that will be taking some uh, that would be taking an object within it. So that contain a URL. So at which URL or the endpoint we want to hit, which method we will be using, and again, what type of data we want to send. And again, the URL would be same as that of we have declared within the postman. And now here would come a error. Now we would be using the simple post method. So I want to show you what type of error can come. So basically we would be using note taking application. So we would be declaring notes as well as author over here. So removing this. So basically notes contain the note text and author contain the author text. So now I would be taking the response from here, and I would be simply consoling the response that it got. Simply console the response. Now when we get back to our Chrome and when I hit refresh, so basically hi there, and my name is Raghav. When I click on save note, so it has given me an error, like the access have been blocked by quotes. So quotes is nothing but cross origin request. Like I am available on a particular server. A server cannot uh, throw a request to any other server. That would throw an error, as it will be a security issue if you want to send some data to Google anonymously. So basically, Google does not want your anonymous data or script to run on their server, and that can be too dangerous, and that can also corrupt their system. So basically, we cannot access cross-site scripting basically. So that's basically more towards the cyber security, and to resolve these type of errors. So what we will do is we just return back to our main server file, and again we just close our server. We would just install on a new library known as cores. So basically npm install cores, cors, simply represent cross origin request security. And then when it have been installed, so I would be just representing it as cores. I would be just declaring it, and again the server should use codes configuration. So again the same configuration app.use codes. So course is a function. So when I declare it, and again when I start the server, hit refresh, and the server has started. And now at this time when I hit refresh over here, and this is a new note, and my name is Raghav. When I click on save note, okay, till now the origin have been null. Okay, till okay, so it should be HTTP. So the request must be same. And now let it be ABC. Now this time our data have been transferred to the server. So it should have a particular protocol to send to the server. So we have used the HTTP protocol. So I forget to use this. So basically it has responded me with the data of true. So basically, response contain a whole bunch of object with the status, with a request, with header, and with configuration. But the main one that we have to focus is the data. What type of data we have get in response? So if the data is true, so basically we have to check if uh, response dot data is equal to true. So basically we have to get an alert of uh, note successfully saved. But if uh, the data, we didn't get any data, so we have to show an alert, something wrong happened, something wrong happened. So basically I have just written whether we get a response or not. If we get a response of true, so basically we get an alert. So when I hit again refresh, so basically ABC, and I would be giving a name of Raghav. When I hit on save note, so note successfully saved. At this point of time, if I go back to the Mongoose and hit refresh, so our entry have been successfully saved to the server. So basically we have successfully integrated our create node page to the server. And now this is the, if by any chance, if I just close my server, so basically at this time what happened is I cannot send any data. So basically it has given me a post request connection refused. So basically the server must be available in order to send the data. And yeah, if something happened when the server is running, but it does not throw any response. So basically it will definitely throw us something happened wrong if the response or data is not true. So the true must be same as that of the response that we have provided over here. This is true. Okay, so at this time we have successfully saved the data and add the view node page. So this is our last step. So basically what type of node that we have saved over here. So we have to successfully get it through from the server. And how this can happen is by creating a simple get request. As we want to retrieve the data, so we can make a simple get request over here. So basically that would be again an async function having a simple request and a response system. So that will be containing that would return me a response of simple JSON of whole array that we would be getting. So what type of array that we can get is const uh, note list. We can have the whole bunch of note lists. So I can get it by simply user dot find function. So again, we use user dot find function to get all the data that is being present within the user module. So basically we have the user, so it will give me all the data that is present over here. So before sending back to the response, so I would be testing whether what type of data we would be getting. So again, restarting the server. So again, hitting a simple get request towards it. So I would be copy and pasting this same URL, and either I would be having a get request. So basically getting back to our main terminal. So basically I have console.log. So basically we get 3 elements that the nodes are saved over here. And again, I would be sending this response back to our JSON. So basically, by hitting starting the server again and hitting send over here. So at this time, we get 3 responses over here. And now we will be integrating this to our main view notes page. Okay, so basically view notes.html and main.css GS. So instead of this note list, so I would be fetching my data from here. So basically how I can do that is I would be getting like const not is equal to response. So basically I would be getting a response over here. So that would be an asynchronous request. So again writing await, and again we would be using Axios over here, and the URL will be same as that of the previous one. Again the method would be get. Now at this time the Axios won't work, as we have not declared within the view node HTML file. We have just declared within create node.html file. So what we can do is we just simply copy and paste this particular script, and we can use over within the head tag, so that it readily download all the GS code to this particular view node.html file. And again now this time, if I just, as I have previously told that our response would be containing within it, response would give the whole object, and we just have to take the data from there. So I would be taking the data from here, and again when I go back to the main server and hit refresh, so this time these nodes are available from the MongoDB database. To test it out, so I would be going back to the create node section. I would be writing simply this is a new note by Raghav. When I click on save note, I have got the message note successfully saved. Click on OK, go back to the view note, and again I got a new note with the name of, this is a new note, name author as Raghav. And again last, to test it out, and hi Shivai, we have successfully integrated the note taking application, and here the author is Shivai, and click on save note, not successfully saved. And again going back to the view note, so we have again taken another note with the author of Shivai. So this is how we can integrate the whole front-end and application, and how we can use them to create many applications. So this is just an example. So definitely possibilities are unlimited.
Endless.
So
Yeah.
endless possibilities are there, and you can make your own application.
We are going to be covering all about deployment, and that is essentially the project deployment. Learn about various tools that are used for deployment, such as Netlify, Heroku, MongoDB Atlas, and of course, finally, we'll be taking up some question answers.
Basically, we would be covering about how our backend server would be like contributing to the front end server, and then so basically we would be using two main tool for this module. So basically, the first one is the Netlify, as well as the second one is the Heroku. So basically, coming toward the Netlify part. So basically, it's a tool for easily deployment of front end application. So we would be talking about how we can connect to our front-end application through Netlify, and how we can deploy it over a particular URL or screen, so that you can share that particular URL to your to other friends or in your circle, so that they can just click on the link and they can see your application within the browser. So again, why we are using Netlify, as it's an easy, uncomplicated tool to host your front-end application. Along with it, provides some of the functionality and that are usable most of the time, like CI/CD. So basically, CI/CD mean continuous integration as well as continuous deployment. So what this term specify is, as soon as we do a change in a particular front-end application, so we have previously covered Git and GitHub in module 1. So again, by using that approach, and as soon as we just make some changes in our front end application and we just push it to GitHub. So basically, Netlify is directly connected to the GitHub repository. So we will be showing you a demo. And as soon as we push some information to our GitHub repository, so Netlify again itself detects what type of changes have been done, and again it detects the changes and it do deploy the new application for the changes that have been done to the main Netlify cloud deployment, so that the changes can be as soon as reflected on the URL, that on the same URL that is being provided. And again, so the second tool that we would be using is Heroku. And knowing about Heroku, so basically it's a deployment platform. So we would be deploying our server and backend application to Heroku itself. So either there are many more server application cloud platforms like AWS, GCP, DigitalOcean, and much more. But what Heroku provides some like advantages over them is it's easy to use. We can use any language, for example Python, Go, Rust, or simple Node.js servers, and we can deploy it to Heroku by doing just simple step as we do as we are deploying it our code to Git. And again, both of the process are so easy and so uncomplicated to understand, and anyone can just learn these two tools on tips of their hands. So again, talking about the advantages of Heroku. So basically, while deployment, we does not need any prior knowledge of cloud computing, how we will be like scaling up our server or how we can configure our server. As Heroku provide us a pre-configured server, so we just have to use a normal Git command, and we have to specify what type of application we are deploying upon. Like if I'm deploying a Node application, so just I have to specify this is a Node application. So you Heroku would definitely do their stuff by itself. So we does not have to do again and again, or we have to configure it at our own. Rather, we can configure, but by default, Heroku provides a pre-configuration. So basically, no configuration is needed while deploying a backend application. And again, as I've told, it can be done by simply using Git. So what Heroku uses while deploying the application is a common term known as dyno. So you can compare Diner to a building block, like while creating while leading to a foundation of a building. So we have a small brick like kind of structure. So each and every application that you deploy upon, so basically Heroku creates a server and they have a small instances known as Dino. So your application run on that particular Dino that have a common port, and again that Dino run for a particular time. So each time it run upon, so it's called Dino art. So basically, if Heroku is a free platform for new user, but again, it the servers can be expanded by you by giving some pay or something. So basically, Heroku how it decided is its pricing is by calculating the Dino art. How much time did the art Dino serves for? So basically, calculating the Dino art, so they just serve our pricing. So basically this is a common functionality how Heroku work upon the dynos, the smallest instance of on which our application work upon. And we would be proceeding to our main deployment time. So yeah, theory obviously get bored, but again it uh, action time to how to deploy our front end as well as back end application.
All right. First, we'll go to the GitHub and we'll go to the repository, right? So again, welcome everyone. The first thing that we're going to be doing today is actually deploying our front end of the application. So today, first we'll understand how to go about deploying the front end and what are some of the tools that you can actually use to deploy your front end. Now, in case you have a very simple HTML file and you don't have like a dedicated React application or an Angular application, you can actually use something known as the GitHub pages, right? So what you have to do is that for whatever repository that you're owning, you just need to go to the settings page
And over here within the settings page, under the options settings, you just have to scroll down and you have to go to this GitHub pages. So there is like a dedicated page for the GitHub pages. And what it allows you to do is, I will just probably, I had already tried it out, but what you'll have to do is that over here, in case you have a very simple application, like just a simple front end application, over here you will be asked that, okay, for your source, what particular branch do you want to use? For example, for us right now, we only have like one single branch, so I'll select main. And then you can also actually give it like, okay, which particular folder do you want to choose? So by default it will choose the root folder. And then you can also give it like a custom domain. For example, like a lot of times people deploy their personal portfolio website on GitHub, and then you can actually connect this with your custom domain as well. You'll be asked to put up a few things such as, you know, your DNS records and all. And then what will happen is that by going to that particular website, you will be able to then redirect that domain name to your GitHub hosted or GitHub pages hosted repository. So over here, as you will connect this and you will save it, it will basically get published as your organization or your personal GitHub account .github.io. So for example, for me it would be shivailamba.github.io, and then the name of the repository. So if I go and visit this, you can see that over here, this is my deployed website. And over here, for example, if I want to scroll to any particular module, so I can, like, let's say go to module 1. So like, let's say go to module 1. And if I go to module 1, you can see that it automatically redirected it to the index.html page. So by default, whenever you go to any specific route, for example, in this case, I went to module 1 folder, it will always open up the index.html page as default. So the one that we are going to be deploying is basically this module 6. So within module 6, we have front end. So if I go to, like, let's say module 6, and if I go to front end, you can see this page over here. Now, of course, this is like, because our application was just built in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I could have used GitHub pages. But sometimes, if you have like a site built with React, Angular, Vue, Gatsby, these are various different types of frameworks, front end dev frameworks, and some of them cannot be deployed using GitHub pages. And for that, the tool that Raghav also mentioned was Netlify. So we'll go to netlify.com. We'll also be sharing the link for netlify.com as well. Now you just need to log in or like sign up to Netlify. You can sign up using either your Google account, or also, like, for example, I'll just sign out for now. So you can either log in with a GitHub account, GitLab, Bitbucket, or with a email as well. So in this case, I'll be logging into Netlify with my GitHub account. And as soon as you log in, so as soon as you log in, basically it will ask you to connect this Netlify with your GitHub account, and it will gain access to all your repositories, and whichever repository that you want to deploy, right, for in which you have your front end code, you can do that. For example, as you can see, like, I have a few sites that I have already deployed from various repositories. And you can see, so just to give a very quick sort of overview about this particular Netlify tool itself. So over here, this is the main part, that is the sites that you can use slides. Either you can import an existing project from GitHub or from somewhere else. You can start with a template that is provided by Netlify itself, or, like, let's say if you have like a file that is locally, and you don't want to actually necessarily like put it on GitHub, and you have created a project locally, you can also use this deploy manually to use like a build folder. So for example, like, let's say if you're creating some kind of a React application, Next.js application, you create a build of that project, and then you can directly use that build and put it over here and deploy manually. So over here you can see all my builds. Basically, this is showing all the different logs of my deployments that I've tried to make. whether they were whether they were actually like, let's say, real links, or they were like, for that matter, some other. So you'll basically see all the builds from different projects that you are building, and you can see like whether they are completed or they were not successful. So in our case, what we'll do is that we'll basically click on import an existing project under the add new site. And over here, as you can see, again, we can connect with either GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket. All of these are tools where you can host your projects. In this case, I'll take GitHub. So as soon as I do that, it will basically allow me to pick up a repository from my GitHub. And in this case, what I'll do is I will basically take, because since the project is not under my personal account, it is under Scalar Academy account. Or whichever whichever organizations that you are part of, these organizations will land up over here, and you can select one of them. So in this case, I will select Scalar Academy. And as you can see that this is the one that we are supposed to be deploying, which is the December Web Dev Bootcamp. All right. Now what you can see is that over here you have certain settings that you have to basically put up. Now these settings will be related to, okay, if there is like a specific folder that you want to deploy where you might have your code, or sometimes in case like you're build like creating a deployment for a Next application or a React application, then over here you might see these basic build settings, right? So for example, in our case, the base directory, by default it will assume the base directory to be this directory, like just the repository, project repository itself. So I have the ability to basically provide to it if I want to go specifically into one specific directory. So in this case, like I don't want to deploy my entire like module 1, module 2, module 3, module 4, module 5, module 6. I only want to deploy the module 6, and within module 6 I just want to deploy my front end, because that is the note taking application. So I can mention over here module 6, right? So I can take module 6, and over here I can put front end. So what it will do is that it will take only this specific path in the entire repository and only deploy that part. If you don't provide anything in the base directory, it will take the base repository as it is. Now over here in this case, since it's a simple HTML document, we don't need to provide any build command, but usually we'll provide something like next build, npm run build, ng serve. So these are like various commands for different, again, Gatsby build. So depending on your front end framework, you'll be asked to use that build command over here. In our case, we are going to be keeping it empty for now. We also do have some other things, such as adding your environment variables. Variables are useful. For example, like let's say in case you have some passwords, you have some API keys that you don't want to showcase to everyone, those can be actually put over here in this variable section. In our case, we are not putting anything, so we can just go ahead and click on deploy site. So as soon as I click on deploy site, it starts my deployment, and I can actually look at the logs as well. So because as Raghav also mentioned, that basically these CI/CD tools, they have their own containers, and they take your code base. They have their own set of containers in which they start the deployment process, and they'll run a certain set of commands, and they will help to deploy a website. So as you can see, like it didn't even take 1 or 2 seconds, and my site is already live, and I can actually go ahead and look at this preview deployment. So if I click on this preview deployment, as you can see that the name of my application is practicaljonathan.netlify.app, and as you can see, like this is my application itself. I have my 3 different views, which is create, note, view notes, and homepage. Additional things that you can actually do with this is like you can go to your deployment settings and actually change things such as like the site name. And for that, what you have to do is you can go to the site settings under the site overview. Over here, you can go to site settings. You can, like, let's say, change the application. In this case, like, let's say we can take a scalar note taking application. So you can give it a name, custom name. You can also actually, similar to how we had with the GitHub pages, you can actually transfer the site and also sort of connect it with like a custom domain. So you can for that you'll have to go through the settings for the custom domain if you want to set up a custom domain. For now, like I have given it a custom name of scalar note taking application, but since it is being hosted on Netlify, it is using the .netlify.app name. I can go over here now and you can see like this is the name of my application, scalar note taking application.netlify.app. Now the great thing is that whenever you make any changes to your to your repository, it will automatically start a new build for the application, because since this is continuous integration, continuous deployment, whenever you make any change to your application, it will automatically start creating a new build and it will get automatically deployed to this new website, right? So it will say that your new website is deployed, so automatically that thing will take place. So with that, that's pretty much it with respect to this simple deployment on Netlify. We also have some other tools. We have something called as Vercel. Vercel is also equally good as Netlify. So you can use GitHub Pages, you can use Vercel. We also have something called as AWS Amplify. Now if you're like using specifically AWS services, AWS Amplify is also one of them that you can actually use. So there are a lot of different deployment services. Again, you can use it based on your preference. Netlify is also a great one that you can use. With that, I will hand it over back to Raghav.
Thanks, Shivai, for having a great session upon deploying the front-end application and now heading toward the deployment of the back-end application. So I would be continue taking that. Talking about we are on the module 6 right now. So what we have created here, so the front-end application that display how many nodes that we have taken. So basically we have 3 pages. The initial page, so basically we have scalar hyphen note taking application dot netlify dot app. Okay, so here is the main application. So we have 3 pages over here. So we have the home page that represents a common text. So to represent, we can take notes over here. So we have 3 pages over here. So the first one is the view note. So view note represent how many notes do we have at our backend, and at the create note, so how we can create our note. But again, when we are working on the cloud side, so again we do have to host our backend application over the cloud. If I try to create a note like hi there with the name of Raghav. So when I click on save note, and again the note won't be saved. So again by going back to these 3 dot and more tools, then developer tools. So over to the console. So you can see that there is an error that have been caught up. So that's nothing but like our server was not responding as we have created server on our local PC. So the server should be on the cloud or on the cloud application in order to fetch or upon the URL, so that this note taking application deployed on the Netlify server, so they can also fetch all the information from the second server. So we would be deploying that backend server upon Heroku. So how can we deploy that is, so again going back to my code base, so we have these 2 applications, front end as well as the backend. So initially I would be closing these 3, and now so I would be changing my terminal directory. So just I would be increasing the size. Awesome. So basically I am on the module 6 folder and I would be changing my directory to the backend. So basically, in order to deploy upon Heroku by using terminal, so there are various ways to deploy on Heroku. Either we can connect to the GitHub, or the easiest way is to deploy through Git commands as stated. So again, for that, so initially you have to download Heroku into your local PC. So how you can do that is just go to Heroku and just click download. and just by hitting enter, so the first link that you can see over here, Heroku CLI. So basically you have to download this Heroku CLI to access all the Heroku command in from your terminal itself, terminal or your command prompt that you have. So basically we have a bunch of commands over here. So we can use we use an installer when you're in Windows, or you can use this command, or this is a Linux command. And again, there are some other methods from which you can download upon. And just by downloading from these commands or installer, so what interface you will get is, so basically you would be writing Heroku to test it out. So Heroku version. So basically it return your version of 7.59.2. So basically running on Darwin x64 architecture, along with it is using Node version 12. So now, so basically we have successfully installed the Heroku CLI on a terminal, and now we would be using the simple Heroku command. So it's nothing much difficult to get it through. It's basically a basic command if you want to create. So you have to just type Heroku create, and again, so initially, so what you have to do is by using, I have told you by using simple git command, so how we can deploy it to the Heroku server. So you can compare Heroku to a simple repository. So basically, as we are upon GitHub, so GitHub is a whole bunch of remote repository that is already upon the cloud. As Shivai told you, like he has connected Netlify to GitHub and connected to a GitHub repository. So basically, what we have to do is we have to connect, we have to push this whole code base to Heroku cloud repository. Again, same as that of GitHub. Again, for that, so basically we again have to use those simple git commands only. So basically I have to initialize this repository as git repository. So before that I would be typing ls command to list all the directories and files within the particular folder. So basically we have these 3 6 files, and also I want to get my hidden files within this folder. So what I will do is ls minus a to get all the hidden file and folder within this particular folder that I have specified. So basically, previously we have 6 files and folder, and now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we also have get ignored. So basically, this is nothing but all those files that you does not want your Git to push to your local repo, the online repository or the cloud repository. So basically, you put all the files and folder within this Git ignore file. So I would be displaying you a structure. So basically, dot git ignore. So dot git ignore is an extension. So you don't have to type any name in front of that. So basically, I have just simply typed node module slash. So it represented me a particular folder name. And now this node module folder would be neglected and won't be pushed over the cloud server or the cloud repository. So now, getting back to the terminal. So basically, I would be initializing this repository, this folder as a Git repository. So basically, I would be typing the simple command git init. So what it has done is it has initialized an empty Git repository. So in order to see what type of changes have been done, so again ls simple ls. So again we have this 6 file, but as I have told you earlier in the for module 1, so basically git initialized its current folder in a hidden folder. So basically name as .git. So what we have to type ls hyphen a to list this .git folder. So by checking and verifying whether we have .git folder already installed, so basically we can verify our git is installed within our this backend folder. So now what I will be doing is, so again the simple other commands like git add. So basically I am making a checkpoint, creating a checkpoint above this, and again I will be committing all the files that have been covered within the particular checkpoint, and I would be taking that checkpoint files and making a particular commit. So basically commit would be acting as a main folder, along with it would be given a particular ID. So if I do any changes and I want to revert my changes back to the previous code, so I would be just typing the ID and I would be checking out that current code to the previous one, so that my code won't be changed. and my previous entries would be there. So basically I would be committing the files. So again, this is the second command. So we basically have to learn three commands: git add, git commit, git push. But for initializing a particular repository, so we have a bunch of commands like git init to initialize, and then git add, or adding all the files, then committing all the files within a particular id. So I would be committing with a message. Hyphen m denotes a message flag. So I would be giving a message as uh, deploying it on Heroku. So again, by committing that, so we have successfully committed it. And again, now I would be adding that remote repository. So if you remember a command from the previous module, so we have a command git remote add origin. So basically, Git, we are telling Git to add a particular remote origin on the cloud. So in that origin, we basically specify a Git repository URL. But now we have a Heroku URL instead. So what we will do is, so basically we have installed Heroku on our local PC. So I would be going to again to Chrome, and I would be just writing Heroku over here. So again, going to the first link that is visible over the screen. So we can close this tab. So again, I have already logged in with in the Heroku. So basically, you can sign it out. And again, I would be showing you the exact process. So what we have to do. So basically, I would be directed towards simpleheroku.com, and there I have to sign up over there. But I have already signed up, so you can also sign up from the main Heroku website. And now I would be again going back to login, as I've already created an account. So basically my email address is as admin@raghavdingra.com, and again filling up the password by clicking on login. So you will be redirected to the main dashboard.heroku.com. So basically, it will contain all lists of your application that have been deployed upon. And again, each and every application is running upon their own dyno. As I've stated, dyno is nothing but having their particular port numbers and separate server over a single cloud server. If you have a single, for example, I am taking an example of this local PC that I have. So basically, we have a numerous number of applications running upon it. So what separate each and every application from each other is nothing but they have a well-defined port number. So basically, if my application is running on a port number one, so no other application can run on port number one. Rather, they have to define their own port number. So basically, you can compare this to that. So basically, what I would be doing is getting back to my VS Code and writing Heroku login. So if you are just new to it and again you just signed up, so basically you have to use the Heroku login command. So basically you have to initially log in from your browser, and now Heroku will automatically detect what uh, in which account you are in, and you will be automatically logged in by using just simple Heroku login command. So again, the commands are so simple to use and so understanding, like by using this login command, like I am writing this Heroku login and hitting enter. So again, it would be redirected to a page, and I would be hitting just login button to log in into the current account. And now it is stating me press any key to open up the browser, and just by hitting enter, so a browser page would be open that would be having a particular authentication key and everything. So you can see over here, we are using this auth CLI, and a browser page have been open, and this is our particular key through which we will be signed in into our terminal. So just by clicking on this button, and it will be stating like we are successfully logged in, and you can close this page and return to your CLI. So I would be just closing this page, and I would be returning to my CLI, and I can see like I am being logged in as my main email account that I have already logged in within the Heroku app. So now I can use my Heroku command, and I can create my application within this Heroku account. So basically what I will be doing is I have not decided what type of remote URL I would be giving in. So now it again, as I've stated, so we just have to type Heroku create command in order to create the application, as well as the origin will itself get clubbed to the main Git repository. So before creating the application, so I would be writing, so what type of remote repository I'm already in. So I would be typing git remote -v that define in which URL or at which URL I would be pushing my code. So currently it's blank. So basically no remote have been set prior to it. So basically now I would be typing Heroku create. So basically you can give any application name, for example, Scalar December Bootcamp. So this Scalar December Bootcamp will be your main application name, and upon this, your whole URL would be defined upon. So just by clicking enter, so basically it would be creating a new application, and again, so our application have been created, and now it will give the main URL upon which our server would be deployed upon. And now just by again clicking on get remote -v and by hitting enter, so now Heroku have already added a git remote URL. So basically at which repository our code will be pushed upon. And now getting back to the browser, so just by hitting refresh, so what I will be able to see within the app list is one more application have been created by the name of Scalar December Bootcamp, and again that we have done already over here. So just by clicking over it, so we can see all the configuration pre-applied to it. And now what we have to do is just go to the settings, and again we have to add a build pack. So basically build pack is which type of application or language that we are using while creating our server. So basically we are using a Node.js application. So I would be clicking Node.js. So basically it already have a well-defined build pack already contained within the Heroku, but we can also make our own build pack. Like what type of configuration would be done in order to create and post our URL upon the cloud server. So basically, I would be selecting this Node.js build pack, and my configuration will be pre-applied. So just by clicking on Save Changes, and now it state me like your new build pack configure will be used when this app is next deployed. So now I have to deploy my app. So what I will be doing is I would be just specifying uh, I will be pushing my code to the remote repository. So now I would be writing git push. So this is the initial command to that I want to push my repository and at which origin. So now I would be writing -u. -u denote like I have to permanently push all the code base that is already being there within the particular module to this remote origin that I am specifying here. So where I want to uh, deploy all the code is permanently is Heroku master. So this is the basic command that you have to learn. So basically prior to that, if I am using Git or GitHub to deploy upon GitHub, so what I would be writing is git push origin master. But here is a small change. So basically instead of origin writing origin, so I would be just writing Heroku. So basically when you click on git remote -v, here is command. So basically here defined Heroku that represent at from which URL the fetch would be take place, and at which URL push would be taking place. So again that would be on Heroku, and master mean the main master branch in which our code will be present. And again I would be changing this origin to Heroku, and just by hitting enter, so now my code will be deployed within the main repository, and again my code will be built based upon the package JSON that we have defined upon. So again, in order to get your app deployed, so be sure that package JSON files must be there within the particular server in order to deploy your code. So basically again this how can you create this package JSON? Just by clicking npm init command. So this npm init, so there is a special type of configuration that we have to define upon, and just by hitting enter, so a package JSON file would be created by itself. And then in the scripts, So we have to define this start script. So this is the main script that we have to define in order to have our pre-built configuration upon Heroku. So basically defining this, like we have to run our server from this node server.js file. So basically we have to run this command within the terminal and we have to start this script. So basically what it will do is it on the Heroku server. So it would be just writing npm start and our server would be started according to the server.js file. So now, if you go back to server.js, so now here we have specified our application to listen at this particular port. And here comes the main point. Now, when I go to the main application, like my application have been deployed upon scalar this hyphen this dec hyphen bootcamp.herokuapp.com. When I click on the server, and now it gives us an application error. So why it is happening? So basically, we can also log all the application error upon here. So basically, when I go back to my terminal, so basically, again by writing Heroku log stale command, so again it do have all the direct link to the repository, and again it would be directly automatic to what type of error it has been thrown. So basically, it has thrown us an error like our application won't be started due to some configuration changes. So basically, what type of changes that we have done, and that's giving an error. So basically, you can see dino is equal to empty and connect is equal to empty. So if you just scroll up above, so basically our port is not defined. So basically, what type of error it's giving is basically we cannot define a particular instance of port to the server. So initially, as I specified, like you can compare dyno to ports. So basically, on upon Heroku, so they do have their own port numbers to run upon. We cannot specify a simple port number from our end to run. So what change we can do is just by using again a special variable name known as process. So basically we have a process. So basically what we are doing is we are taking a particular port number from the environment variables. So environment variables are hidden variables that are not visible upon to a simple user. Only we can define these special type of variable to the servers. So basically they can fetch those variables from their configuration file. So basically what I am writing is I would be writing the process.env.port. So port is the main variable name and where it is present, that's present in the environment variable file. So basically we do have an .env file over here. So basically anyone can define a .env file and we can define port to a specific number. So basically port is equal to a specific number. So basically if I write process.env.port, so basically this process what it will do is it's a basically a, a library or a function and it will go through to the .env file. So basically over here and it would fetch the port number from here. So basically it denote a port number of 4600. So a 4600 port is it will be assigned to this constant variable and we can assign this to over here. But what if our port is not present in the environment variable? So basically at this time, so I would be defining a simple port number over here. So what this or command do is or command you can compare it to the common, you can formulate this by the common De Morgan's law. So what it states is or represent union. So basically if you union false or true, it will always give true. If you union false or false, it will give always false. But if either of the one is true, so basically it will give true value. So basically what it specify is if I don't have the particular port number, so basically it transfer my condition to the other instance that we have on the right hand side of the this or command. So basically we have this 46 port number. If we have the port number, So again, this initial port number that is being defined from the environment variable, so that will be defined in the port variable. Else, if we don't have any port from the environment variable, so by default a port number of 4600 will be defined to this variable, and this variable would be transferred over here. So just by clicking save, and again getting back to main again deployment. So what I would be writing this time, I would be writing just three simple command. So again, I have already configured this particular repository to my Heroku. So I don't have to again configure all the repository, and I don't want to specify which type of application I'm deploying again and again. So again, as simple as git. So again, just git add dot. So I would be adding all the files in the git folder. Again, I would be removing this env file, as this env file is not required. And again, so every time I make some changes, so I have to create a new checkpoint. So just by clicking git add dot, and again just by hitting commit, so again an id would be assigned. So changed port number, and now git push. Now I don't have to specify over where I have to push my code, as I have already specified by this -u flag that I want to permanently reside and push my code to the Heroku repository. So just by hitting git push and hitting enter, so again my server would be pushed and my code would be pushed, and that would be again installed on the Heroku repository. And again, yeah, so basically our code have been deployed upon this repository. But again, now, so in this application what we have done is, so we have declared two endpoints by two methods, post and get. This get method retrieve all the data from the database, Mongo database that we have defined, and again this post method will post all the data entry coming from the front end to the backend, and from the backend, and that would be saved to the MongoDB database. But now, getting back and remembering our earlier method that we have used, so basically getting to the connect MongoDB. So you do remember, like we have used this local MongoDB server. So again, our front end is upon the cloud, our backend server is upon the cloud, but yet our MongoDB is not upon the cloud. So how we can shift our MongoDB to the cloud? So again, here comes another great tool that we can use. So basically, that's nothing but MongoDB Atlas. So again, before that, testing our main implementation that we have. So basically, just by clicking on this, on Windows, you can just command and click upon this URL, or in uh, Mac, you can directly just press command plus click. And again, getting back to the main Heroku application URL, and then again, it would be taking a huge amount of time to load. Basically, it have a timeout of 60 seconds. If the server does not respond within the 60 seconds, so the whole task itself get terminated. So basically, we won't be requiring a 60-second to wait. Rather, we can see this infinite loading that is going upon over here. So that's what, again, it gave us application error above 60 seconds. So again, what it denote is nothing but our MongoDB database have not been connected successfully. As we have stated over here, like our MongoDB database should be connected in order to like have our all entries work upon. So basically, where it give error is upon while connecting to the Mongo database. So again, getting back toward the latest tool that we would be requiring in order to set up our MongoDB database. So I would be writing just MongoDB Atlas and getting toward it. So basically, you have to register over here.
So now, as we have described to you that, for example, like let's say if you want to set up your MongoDB online, we have the provision, or MongoDB allows you to have the provision to deploy your MongoDB collections and your entire database online itself. Now, essentially, this think of it is in this way, that's similar to how we had our backend that was deployed to Heroku, and I mean ultimately Heroku or any other such kind of service, it uses servers where your production code is hosted and you get like a URL from which you're able to access that code. Similarly, these online databases, they are also getting hosted on these servers only, and you'll get a URL ultimately with, or we also call it as the Mongo URL, that will be then used to connect with our backend to have our remotely hosted database. Now, MongoDB comes with both shared as well as dedicated hosts. So what does that mean is that these shared databases are using shared resources, where there might be, like, let's say, other people also having their own databases on that single server. Then you can also have like dedicated servers. Now, dedicated servers will cost more because they are putting up dedicated resources for you, and but again, in return, what will happen is that you will have much more faster bandwidth, because now there's not a lot of request coming into like a like to that server. Because if you are like working in a shared server, there can be multiple, there can be multiple people or multiple requests coming in. So if you want to try out MongoDB, you can again just try it for free. We'll be showing you the free example. You just have to create an account. In my case, since I already have an account, I will just quickly go ahead and log in with my Google account. But you just have to fill all these basic details. Now, as soon as you log in, over here you'll find certain different things, right? So first, a few of these that you'll see over here is basically, and I'll just quickly give you an overview inside. But what you have to go ahead and do is you have to basically click on like view all organizations. So basically, just consider it in this way, that the org at an org level structure, like you have organizations, then within the organization you'll have projects, and then within projects you'll have your databases. So we'll just create a new organization right now, and I'll create the name of the organization as, like, let's say, Scalar Web Dev Project. And over here, as you can see, like the one that we'll be using is the MongoDB Atlas. So MongoDB Atlas is the online version of MongoDB, where you can find your hosted databases, right? So we'll select MongoDB Atlas, then we'll click on next. And for now, I'll not add any new members, but like, let's say, since if you're building a team-based project, or if you're having some other members, you can add their email addresses over here. So over here, I will just click on create this organization. Now, within this organization, which I've named as Scalar Web Dev Project, I can create a new project. So, for example, in this case, the project name that I can give is, let's say, the note taking application, right? So I can give my name of this project. Again, I can add people to this project. So it will take just a few seconds to create that. Now, as you can see, that we can create a database. Now, there will be certain configurations that we'll see. And again, as we discussed, that you have basically three different ways, to go about it. The first one, that is free of cost, that we'll be using, is the shared database. Shared, again, as I told, is basically that a single resource is being used by multiple projects, right? And then dedicated one, you'll get like a dedicated set of resources where you can set up your project, and this will be much more faster because you'll not have a lot of traffic coming in. And then we also have like serverless. Today, serverless applications are becoming very popular, so we also have that. For our case, we'll take the free and the shared one. Now, basically, there are various different type of clusters. So we can again select these clusters. Essentially, these clusters are based on where exactly they are hosted, then how much amount of RAM size and size of the actual database itself do you actually want. So, for example, like, let's say for us, we'll take the cloud provider as AWS, and since like all of us are mostly in India, I will take the cloud provider, the actual server where like these data centers are there. So Mumbai, I'll take Mumbai as the data center. Now, for example, over here in the cluster size, you can see that the one that we have free is the M0 sandbox. So these M0 clusters are again shared, and we get only 500 megabyte of storage. And again, even the CPU is shared because, as I've just discussed, that these are in a shared cluster. Now, if you were to go, if you wanted more storage in your database, you wanted dedicated resources, then of course the cost will increase. For example, M2 is $9 per month. So I'll be selecting the M0 sandbox. They can, if you want like some other, additional settings, like you want to take regular backup. This is something that again comes with paid solutions. You can add backups, so it will regularly take backups of your database. Like let's say in case of some failure happens in your database, you'll have a backup ready for you. And we can give it cluster name. So like let's say the cluster name I give it is note taking app. So like let's say we can give this. Now we'll create the cluster, and it will take roughly 2 to 3 minutes for this to be provisioned. Till then, we can create a database username for this. So for example, in this case, I'll just give, like, let's say username Raghav. So this will be used to actually validate and access this particular database. So I've just given the username and the password as Raghav. And again, you have a few other additional points that you can consider. One is, where do you actually want to sort of connect, or you want to access this particular server, or I mean this particular database from. And then you can also add like IP addresses. So for example, you can either add things such as, like, if you only want this database to be accessed by a certain set of IP addresses, or you want it to be accessed by anyone. So depending on that, we can basically add over here either custom IP addresses, or we can also add like IP address such as 127.0.0.2/1, which essentially means that you will be giving access to this particular this particular database to everyone. And yeah, I mean, that is what we have now. Of course, if we go back to our databases section, right, you can see that over here, my database cluster, which is named as note taking app, it is being created. We have officially created our MongoDB app, and as you can see, like, it has created this database. And you can see, like, we have some read write operations and how many number of connections that have been made. So I can now click on this connect button to connect to this database. And as you can see, like, you have the option to either add your current IP address, or for now what we'll do is we'll allow access for everyone, right? And for that, it is 0.0.0/0, and we'll add this IP address. That means that we'll be able to connect to this database from anywhere, right? And now what I can do is I can basically, like, let's say choose and I can add Raghav over here, and I also choose password as Raghav. All right, and I'll create this database user, and then we'll choose a connection method. So over here, we basically have like these three different type of connection methods. The one that we'll be using specifically is this one that is the MongoDB Compass. So MongoDB Compass is a GUI, which is graphical user interface, from which you're able to connect to your cluster and to your database. So in this case, this is the MongoDB URI that we want. So I'll copy this and I'll give it to Raghav so that he can carry it forward from here. So just to again, like, finally just talk about this, that you can download MongoDB URI. Like, you can download MongoDB Compass and copy this MongoDB URI. You just have to replace this password with the actual password for the user that you had created. And this is the URI that will be used for your database connectivity.
Yeah, getting back to the main code that I'm using and getting back to the main module, connect mongo.js. So basically what I will be doing is I would be like just deleting this particular Mongo URI that I was using prior, as it was a local MongoDB URI. I would be pasting this long online database that I will be using now. And here you can see over, like, it's using MongoDB plus SRV. So SRV is basically the next level of encryption that is being provided to the MongoDB. So basically MongoDB is a protocol and an encryption have been made to the MongoDB protocol. Like we have in HTTP along with HTTPS. So having a secured keyword that would be encrypted all the data while transferring from one end to other. So basically, and then we have this username that Shiva have given us. So basically, we have the username and we have to give a password over it. So again, the password is same Raghav, and then this is the note making application, and where is our database is deployed, and again separated by the name of the database that we are using. So by default, the database name is test over MongoDB, but again we have to make a change. Like I want to deploy all my uh, data to a database name as scalar. So again, as prior to this, so basically we do have the database name as scalar. So again, this database is same as that of the MongoDB URI that I'm using upon. So I have created this scalar database over here, and now I have done the configuration within the local module. So I would be pushing these latest changes over the Get Heroku online repository. So changes to connect Mongo module. So as soon as I push my code, so again the whole code will be redeployed and reconfigured based upon the build pack that we have used. So we will be wait for the time till it succeeds. So basically, it usually take 10 to 15 seconds to deploy all the application. And now our application have been successfully deployed on upon the scalar dcbootcamp.herokuapp.com just by hitting this URI. And this time, now we have successfully initialized our backend server. So now it is showing me a formatter as I'm using an extension. So basically it is giving me nothing but an empty array. So basically we can neglect this type of text that we are that is being visible over here. So basically again by specifying it as, so just by clicking on this extension tab, so basically I am using this JSON formatter. So this JSON formatter is displaying this kind of formatting stuff. So basically, I would be getting back to my online front-end server, and I would be make that particular changes to my online server. So what I will be doing is I would be simply copying this URL from the browser that I have uh, opened and getting back to the front-end module, and we have these two JS files. So basically main.js represent this view.html file. So that is directly connected to the main JS file. So basically I would be writing the main URL over here. So basically https scalar.dcbootcamp.herokuapp.com. So this is the main URL, and we would be having a get method request over here to get all the data from the Mongo database through this API, and that would be visible over the screen. And again, so by changing the file name that we have, so basically it's for the view notes.js. So basically again I would be changing this file name in the script tag over the view note.html file. So again changing this to view note.js file, and again I have done the changes in new.js, and again now this is the second part. Like I have created the same instance in this. So again, I would be having the same changes within the create node module. So basically, I would be defining the same URL that I'm using within the create nodes module, and I have just changed the previous prior local URL with the new one, with the online one. So basically, now this time I would be deploying my whole code to the GitHub repository, and further, Shivai have already connected that repository along with that code to Netlify, and our Netlify code have been already deployed upon the server. So what I will be doing is I would be just simply pushing all the code that we have. So again, I would be getting back to it toward it, and now git add, git commit. So updated front end code. And now when I just hit git push, so basically it already push all my code base to the online repository that we have. And now we will wait for few seconds so that our main code will be deployed upon. And just by going toward the main create nodes, so we can see over here. So when I go to view nodes, so I can see in the node network tab like what at which endpoint the request have been given. So basically, again, our request is being given to scalar dc bootcamp.herokuapp.com. So our front-end application that I have just made the changes, so that have been successfully deployed, and Netlify have changed all the prior changes to the new one. So now, when I just click on create notes and go back to the console, so I would be writing a create note. Hi Shivai, we have deployed the application on the cloud. So with the name of Raghav. So when I hit save notes, so this time my note have been successfully saved in the database. And now when I get back to view note section, so again this time this note have been successfully fetched. And now when I get back to this Heroku bootcamp, so it is a simple get request. So what I get is just by hitting refresh. So I get this particular JSON over here, like representing. So author is Raghav, and this is the particular note that we are looking upon. And when we get back to the database, so we can see this particular data that is already been there within the MongoDB database. So how we can view all the data? So again, I would be opening this MongoDB Compass, and again, so this Compass would be open. Until that time, I would be go back to this connect MongoDB or Mongo.js, and I would be copying this URI that we have pasted. So I would be hitting copy, and I would be pasting this particular service string over here. So this is the main Mongo URI that we will be looking upon. So just by hitting connect, so our online Mongo database would be connected soon. So basically, yeah, it is being connected to note taking application, note taking dot. So basically, the server where the our note taking MongoDB database have been deployed. So basically, we have the database name named as scalar, and by looking over it, so we have user entry over here. So I can see my name over in the author and my notes over here. So basically, we have deployed our MongoDB to the cloud server along with our database and the front end. And whenever we need to create some changes, so we just have to do the changes in our local database, and we just have to use the common git command that we have learned in the module 1. So that in order to deploy our application, so we have simply created and deployed application by using git itself. So we does not have to learn any other command, rather the simple git command, git add, git commit and push. And again, by using the three simple tools, that is the initial one is the Netlify for deployment of the front-end application. The second is the Heroku for deployment of the backend application, along with creating a MongoDB database online by using MongoDB Atlas. So basically, just by configuring these three steps, so we can directly host and host our whole three things, that front end, back end, the database, to online world, so that other people can also view our stuff. So basically, what I want to do is now I just will be getting back to home page, and we can neglect this index.html, so it would be having serving the same page as index.html would won't be counted. So I would be sharing this particular URL to any person all around the world, so that they can view my application, along with they can also create a new note. And again, we there are a bunch of functions that we can apply upon, like we can add filters, we can add a delete APIs, we can configure it, we can edit our own note, we can edit authors, we can apply sortable entities, we can also filter it based on what type, at what point the notes have been created, by date or by author name. We can, there are endless possibilities that we can use upon to create our own application in the online world. So that's upon your thinking and your procedural step that you will be following. So again, having a total recap, so what we have covered is, so basically we have learned about Netlify and how we can deploy our application, our front-end application basically to Netlify, and again how by connecting it through GitHub, how we can deploy it, our code base to GitHub, and then how we can deploy our backend application, how we can configure about our language based backend application, and again learning about the foundational structure, how Heroku works, and again by you how we can create our online databases and URLs, and how we can connect them from each other by using this Axios request, and by creating this simple REST API through Express server. And again, so this is how we conclude our session.
The next question is by Pooja. Should we place the MongoDB URI in the code itself or other environment variables? That's actually a really good question. And ideally, we would recommend you to put it in an environment variable. Raghav, probably we can just give them a very quick demonstration of doing that.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very good question. Like it's a privacy type of thing. Like we
Yeah.
does not want to show this particular URI to each and every user or each and every contributor. For example, if I'm working in the live environment, like I am in a big MNC company, and I don't want my developers to view this particular URI. So what I do is I would be creating a different bunch of environments. So initially, many steps can be taken upon. Like either I can create a development database over there, or I can use environment variables. So basically, how can I do that is by creating this simple .env file. I have, as I've said it earlier. So basically, this .env file is the main environment variable file over which we define our variable. That is again not visible to any of the user or any of the developers that are working upon this project. And again, how we can prevent this env file to deployed or to pushed to the main GitHub repository. So basically we have this git ignore file. So we just simply write down the file name as .env. So you can see over here that .env file is green in color. So basically we can add this file to our main git repository. But I don't want to do that. As soon as I save within this git ignore file, so basically you can see over here this the green color have been changed to a dimmed gray color. So basically that denotes like .env file won't be pushed within the online database. So we can prevent the online env variables to be pushed to the online database that upon the main repository. And again, uh, defining this MongoDB URI. So basically just by copying that, and I can define this as Mongo URI. So the variable name can be differ from each other. Either it can be ABC or something else, but so it must be relevant. So basically I would be defining the variable name as MongoDB Mongo URI, and I would be again getting this particular URI upon this. And how can I use this environment variables? Just by getting back to the connect mongo.js file. So I would be creating a new variable named as mongo UI. And again, as similar as that we have done within the server.js, while we are having the port fetching from the environment variable. So what I will be doing is we have a simple object known as process. So this is the main node object. So at the runtime, so this process object have been made. So basically we are telling process to get into the env folder file and fetch the particular MongoDB URI from there. So basically we would be just pasting this MongoDB URI over here. And if I try to just connect, if I try to console this particular MongoDB URI from the terminal. So I would be writing just npm start. So basically, so we have a bunch of error over there. So we can check that out. And again, we are at, okay, we are at the base folder. So I have to go to module 6 folder, and then I have to go to the backend folder in order to have my package.json accessible. So if I again have all the directories visible over the screen, so now I have the package.json file in hand. So I would be writing just npm start. So at this time, my server have been up, and uh, again there is some misconfiguration over there. So I would be again having the stuff. So Mongo URI, and then okay, okay, it must be an open parameter. So basically, we have to define by it by any other mean. So we have either we can use that server.js file in order to fetch all the stuff. So we can check also this out. So by creating a new port number over here. So just by typing the particular port number from here, by simply writing port is equal to like 46 SETI, and we can check this port number out. Console.log. So again, by writing npm start. Yeah, so definitely there's some misconfiguration happened in the MongoDB.js file. So basically, we can access all the environment variable name by using this particular process.env.port, and we can declare all the environment variables over here. And on Heroku, how we can define all the environment variables is just by going back to the Heroku and by selecting the particular application name. So just by going into the settings, so you can see configure where. So this configure where is nothing but the main environment variable. So again, it's basically a key value pair over which we can define our environment variables. So basically, instead writing this Mongo URI over here, we can write this particular key name over here, and we can paste this particular particular MongoDB URI. We will be just pressing copy, and we can paste this value over here. And now this value would be directly accessible only to this particular app. So no one else can access this environment variable from their application, or unless and until they have this particular string. So I have to click add, and when I hit save, and again I would be deleting this environment variable as it's not being used, and again it's being ignored by Git. So that's why it was not giving me a particular instance of variables. So what I will be doing is I would be just again on I would be consoling this particular MongoDB URI, and again I would be removing this console. So basically I would be pushing all the code to the server. So changed MongoDB URI to fetch URI from environment variables. So again, when I hit git push, so at this instance of time, I would be having another set of terminal open side by side. So you can see all the logs over here. So I would be writing a simple command Heroku log hyphen tail to get all the log that is being available over the uh, main Heroku page. So basically, okay, it's representing my app is missing. So basically I have to be in the current folder in which I have deployed the application. So again, I will be writing Heroku log over here, Heroku log hyphen tail. So now the command would be running as I am already in the backend folder. So at the new terminal, I was not in the backend folder. So now you can see that the port number is 15820 and my MongoDB URI is over here. So again, if you search this particular MongoDB URI in this whole project, so basically you can see I have not pasted the URL in this application. So no one can check this particular MongoDB URI from my code base. Rather than they just have to go to the main Heroku application and they have to search through the environment variable configuration. So there they can find this particular MongoDB application, and there's how we can use this environment variables, and while we can secure our private strings as well as password from other users site. So yeah, so this is a small demo, so how we can use the environment variable in order to have some privacy.